Chapter 364. Screech. That sharp, ear-piercing cry resounded through the forest. The black fog that seemed to cover the sky and cover the sun made the entire ancient forest quiet down. Countless ferocious beasts hid in their caves and shivered. The black fog in the distance drew closer and closer, and it turned out that they were all black devil beasts. These black demonic beasts gathered together and covered the entire sky. It was hard to imagine how many black devil beasts there were. Perhaps millions, tens of millions, or even more. A 10-meter-long black devil beast king let out a furious roar, its ice-cold eyes sweeping the area below as if it was looking for something. There are actually so many black devil beasts, and there's even such a terrifying devil beast king. That devil beast king should be at the Inyang realm, right? Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were hiding in a cave looking at the black devil beasts that covered the sky through the cracks in the cave. They both had bitter smiles on their faces. It seemed that they had poked a hornet's nest. Clearly, the black devil beast horde had rioted to find the two of them. Close to 1,000 black devil beasts had disappeared one after another, infuriating the devil beast king. The forest was very quiet. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had been hiding for 3 days. When the black devil beasts left this area and flew towards another part of the forest, the two of them ran out of their hiding place. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go," said Lin Feng. The two of them chose to leave in the opposite direction of the black devil beasts. If they were blocked by the black devil beasts, they would be finished. Even an Inyang realm expert would find it difficult to resist. There were too many black devil beasts, so many black devil beasts, and there was even a devil beast king. It was enough to kill any expert. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue went deeper into the black fog world. They had experienced many dangers. They had encountered groups of soul soldiers, and they had been surrounded by soul soldiers. They had narrowly escaped death, but then they had been chased by a group of skeletal creatures. These skeletal creatures seemed to have turned into undead creatures. They were extremely terrifying. After escaping from them with great difficulty, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were once again surrounded by flaming rock beasts. To be able to continuously dodge the attacks of these terrifying existences and still be able to survive, it really wasn't an easy task. At night, the two of them sat on the branches of a big tree, resting while eating to replenish their energy. Lin Feng said, "We've been encountering more and more dangers over the past few days, and the beasts and evil spirits we encounter have become more and more powerful. Looks like we won't be too far away from leaving this black fog world." Sikong Jiayue nodded and said, "But especially at times like this, we should be even more careful. Tonight, you'll sleep for 6 hours. After 6 hours, it'll be my turn." Lin Feng nodded. After eating, Lin Feng leaned against the tree and fell asleep. The continuous battles made him feel unusually tired and exhausted. As for Sikong Jiayue, he sat cross-legged at the side, his eyes closed in meditation. Hiss! In the darkness, a 100-meter-long demon snake slowly crawled down from the top of the tree. This demon snake was like the calmest killer in the dark, silently delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. The demonic snake's ability to conceal its presence was very powerful. It gradually approached Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue, but it managed to conceal its presence from Sikong Jiayue. When it was 10 meters away from the two of them, the demonic snake finally moved. The demonic snake opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. Not good. There's a demonic snake. Sikong Jiayue's reaction was fast enough as he shouted loudly. Lin Feng was startled awake, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the ferocious bloody mouth. Whoosh! He suddenly shot out, dodging the demonic snake's attack. Sikong Jiayue also shot into the distance. Pa, 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 While they were in the air, the giant tree that they had been resting on suddenly came to life, and dense branches whipped towards Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. "Oh, human brats, I can feel your delicious flesh." The giant tree actually grew an extremely ugly human face, and a low and hoarse voice came out. "Damn, the tree has become a spirit." Lin Feng was shocked. He wanted to dodge the whipping of the giant tree's branches, but it was too late. Bang! The tree's branches ruthlessly whipped Lin Feng's body, and Lin Feng was sent flying. Sikong Jiayue's situation wasn't much better than Lin Feng's. He was also sent flying by the tree's branches. Immediately after, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were surrounded by countless twigs. Hiss, the demonic snake, took advantage of this opportunity to quickly slither towards Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. It opened its bloody mouth, wanting to bite them to death. Heavenly fire. In this moment of danger, Lin Feng quickly took out his heavenly fire. The heavenly fire immediately ignited the branches of the giant tree. The fire quickly spread and engulfed the entire tree. The giant tree, which was nearly 1,000 meters tall, was instantly set ablaze. "Ah, what kind of fire is this? Why can it ignite my body? My body has absorbed the power of lightning and is impervious to fire and water. It can't be damaged by treasures. Why is it ignited now?" The tree roared in fear. The dense branches whipped the ground, trying to extinguish the fire on the branches. But how could the heavenly fire be extinguished so easily? The demonic snake had already pounced over. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue cooperated well. Sikong Jiayue leaped out with a dagger in his hand and slashed at the demonic snake, entangling it head-on. As for Lin Feng, he took a detour and jumped on the snake's head. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and ruthlessly stabbed at the snake's head. The demonic snake sensed Lin Feng jumping on its head, and its huge tail whipped towards Lin Feng. But it was still too late. Pooh! The black dragon sword pierced through the snake's head. Screech! The snake shrieked miserably. Its huge tail whipped Lin Feng with enough strength to break a mountain. Lin Feng was sent flying. The snake's huge body collapsed, twitched a few times, and died. How strong! Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and coughed up blood. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" Sikong Jiayue quickly ran over and asked worriedly. Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Sikong Jiayue nodded, feeling relieved. No, I can't accept this." The tree shrieked miserably, but it was quickly engulfed by the heavenly fire. The tree's soul was burned alive by the heavenly fire. Its huge body was also burnt to a crisp. I really didn't think that a tree could become a terrifying monster. Lin Feng was surprised. Maybe it's an opportunity that allowed it to gain sentience. Sikong Jiayue said, "This demonic snake has been cultivating for at least 700 or 800 years, right? Its whole body is a treasure. Snake blood, its gallbladder, and even its flesh are great supplements." When Lin Feng said that, he almost started drooling. Chapter 365. The bonfire burned fiercely, and a large piece of golden demon snake meat was being roasted over the fire. The demon snake had cultivated for 700 to 800 years and was about to transform into a flood dragon. Demon snake meat, demon snake blood, especially the demon snake gallbladder. They all contained a surging amount of energy. If a cultivator ate it, it would greatly benefit their cultivation. After Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue separated the demon snake, they took out its gallbladder and blood and mixed it with wine. They placed it over the bonfire and began to cook snake gallbladder wine. They also cut off more demon snake meat and roasted it over the bonfire. Chi, chi, chi. Drops of golden oil dripped into the fire, and the sound of burning could be heard. It's about time. Lin Feng had been hungry for a long time, especially when he smelled something as delicious as the demon snake meat. His stomach began to rumble. This demon snake meat is very nutritious. It can help us recover our strength quickly. It's also good for our cultivation. Sikong Jiayue took a bite of the demon snake meat and took a big bite. He then said, "Lin Feng, your barbecue skills are really amazing." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I learned it from my third uncle when I was young." He took out 2 cups and poured 2 cups of snake gallbladder wine. He said, "This is the real good stuff. Demon snake blood, demon snake gallbladder." This was even more precious than demon snake meat. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue clinked their cups. Then, the 2 of them gulped down the wine. Immediately, they felt a warm current flowing through their bodies, making them feel warm. Not long after, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue could not take it anymore. The 2 of them had drunk all the snake gallbladder wine and eaten so much demon snake meat. This was a demon snake that had cultivated for 700 to 800 years. Its most important part was its gallbladder. However, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had eaten it all in one go. They had accumulated a large amount of demon snake essence in their bodies. As they spoke, they spat out essence energy from their mouths. Sikong Jiayue tried to refine the essence in his body, but he could not. The essence in his body was constantly spewing out from his ears, nose, mouth, and even his eyes and pores. What a waste, what a waste, what a waste. Sikong Jiayue cried out in pain. Rumble! Not far away, a mountain was uprooted. Lin Feng carried it on his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Sikong Jiayue asked. "Exercising to help me digest the demon snake essence in my body," said Lin Feng. He was carrying a 3,000-meter-high mountain and was running at full speed in the forest. *CK. Sikong Jiayue could not help but roll his eyes. This was his first time seeing someone cultivate like this. "I'll try it too." Sikong Jiayue. Lin Feng Jiayue. Of runs. There were also some cultivators resting in the forest. When they saw the 2 mountains running in tandem, their faces turned pale with fright. The black fog world was too strange. Many creatures that didn't seem dangerous were often incomparably terrifying, not to mention those soul weapons, undead creatures, and other terrifying existences. Now, even the slightest movement in the black fog world could scare many people out of their wits. Roar. At dawn, the roar of a beast came from the depths of the black fog world. Even the mountains were shaking. Lin Feng stopped. "What's wrong?" Sikong Jiayue asked. "Did you hear that?" "It's the roar of a beast," Lin Feng said. Sikong Jiayue nodded and said, "It should be an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, the sound wouldn't have traveled so far." Lin Feng nodded and threw the mountain he had been carrying on his shoulder into the air. Rumble! The ground shook violently. Lin Feng stretched his body. After running for half the night while carrying the mountain, the demon snake essence in his body was almost exhausted. Lin Feng felt as energetic as a dragon and ferocious as a tiger. His cultivation had improved again. Sikong Jiayue also threw the mountain on the ground and sensed the condition of his body. He was pleasantly surprised and said, "Lin Feng, your method of training your body is really good. After running for a night, not only did I not feel tired, I even refined all the demon snake essence in my body. I feel that my cultivation has improved again. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons is really a good place. If we can stay here for a year, we might be able to break through to the Martial King realm. Lin Feng said, I heard that the ancient battlefield of gods and demons will close in 3 months. Staying here for a year is just a pipe dream. However, 3 months should be enough to raise our cultivation by a few levels. Roar. At that moment, the roar of a beast came from the distance again. It shook the mountains and rivers. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of beast it was. Lin Feng looked into the distance. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that he should go to that place to take a look, even if it was very dangerous. Let's go. We have to cross this black fog world. Sikong Jiayue said, I want to go to the place where the roar came from. Lin Feng said, why do you want to go there? Sikong Jiayue looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Just what kind of terrifying existence was the one who let out that roar? If they went there, they would be taking a huge risk. Intuition. A very strong intuition. If we don't go, I have a feeling that we will miss out on something very important, said Lin Feng. In that case, let's go and take a look, said Sikong Jiayue. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't need to be polite with Sikong Jiayue. They were friends who had gone through life and death together. They quickly flew in the direction of the roar. The closer they got, the faster Lin Feng's heartbeat became. Boom! In the distance, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue sensed an ancient qi. In the middle of the endless flames, a terrifying beast was flying in the sky. That beast roared loudly, and it seemed like the mountains and rivers in the sky were about to collapse. It was hard to imagine how terrifying that beast was. It's a Qiong Qi, said Sikong Jiayue in shock. Lin Feng nodded. This was the second time he had seen a creature like the Qiong Qi. Back then, he had seen an old Qiong Qi beast emperor about to die. Later on, Lin Feng had obtained the Qiong Qi treasure technique from the remains of the Qiong Qi beast emperor. Now, this was the second Qiong Qi he had seen. However, it was obvious that this Qiong Qi was even more powerful and terrifying. This is one of the 4 ancient beasts. It's really ferocious. Sikong Jiayue's face paled when he sensed the Qiong Qi's aura. Lin Feng nodded. This Qiong Qi was indeed terrifying. Its aura was too ancient, and it made people feel like they were in the primordial era. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's heartbeat became even faster. Buzz. He felt a strong wave of energy coming from his body. Lin Feng was shocked. It was the Qiong Qi clone, one of the 9 ancient divine emperors. It was emitting a strong wave of energy. Lin Feng looked at the ancient Qiong Qi, and his face was full of shock. That's not the real Qiong Qi. It's the indestructible original spirit of the ancient divine emperor Qiong Qi. Chapter 366. Lin Feng used the 9 emperors diagram to refine 9 clones. They were the golden-winged rock king clone, the black tortoise clone, the Qiong Qi clone, the heaven-eyed demonic snake clone, the white tiger clone, the Tao Tai clone, the void divine beast clone, the radiant angel clone, and the undying phoenix clone. These 9 clones all had incredible abilities. For example, the golden-winged rock king clone had extreme speed. And the Qiong Qi's most powerful ability was naturally the Qiong Qi treasure technique. The Qiong Qi treasure technique that Lin Feng obtained was imprinted by a Qiong Qi with an impure bloodline. Although it was powerful, it was far from the level of a primordial mystic skill. The true Qiong Qi treasure technique was comparable to the great heaven-covering hand, the lightning god's inheritance, and the Archean dragonesque elephant art. The Qiong Qi's attack power was the strongest among the 4 primordial beasts, Qiong Qi, Tao Wu, Hundun, and Tao Tai. The primordial beast Qiong Qi could kill gods with its Qiong Qi treasure technique. That was because in the primordial era, the Qiong-Qi fed on gods. From this, one could see how terrifying the Qiong-Qi treasure technique was. However, it was clear that the Qiong-Qi treasure technique that Lin Feng cultivated was too simple and far from the level of a primordial mystic skill. At most, it could only be considered a primordial mystic skill. In other words, it was a beginner primordial mystic skill. It was at least 4 or 5 levels lower than a primordial mystic skill. Now, the primordial divine Emperor Qiong-Qi's indestructible primordial spirit had appeared. This was Lin Feng's chance. If he could refine the primordial divine Emperor Qiong-Qi's indestructible primordial divine Emperor Qiong-Qi's indestructible primordial divine Emperor Qiong-Qi's clone, Lin Feng could also cultivate the primordial era's ultimate mystic skill, the Qiong-Qi treasure technique. Every primordial era's ultimate mystic skill would increase one's battle prowess by leaps and bounds. Any inheritance could be said to be heaven-defying and enough to cause a bloodbath. Now that Lin Feng had obtained the Archean dragon-esque elephant art, the first part of the lightning god's inheritance, the sky lightning art, and the great heaven-covering hand, if he could successfully revive the Qiong-Qi clone, he would be able to obtain the 4th supreme ancient skill. One could imagine, after Lin Feng successfully cultivated the immemorial Qiong-Qi treasure technique, what kind of terrifying level would his battle strength rise to? How could Lin Feng, a cultivator of the 5th celestial layer, defeat a cultivator of the 8th celestial layer? It was because he had cultivated several supreme techniques. The more he cultivated, the more power he would accumulate. When he broke through, the more power he would gain. Lin Feng had never thought that he would encounter Qiong-Qi's indestructible original spirit here. However, what made Lin Feng somewhat helpless was that this indestructible original spirit seemed to be very powerful. It would not be an easy task to refine this fellow. This guy is too scary. Let's go. If we get too close, we will be discovered. Sikong Jiayue said. He didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was truly unwilling to leave just like that. Rumble, at that moment, a terrifying fluctuation swept through the world. The earth split open, and a huge hand that covered the sky grabbed towards Qiong-Qi's indestructible original spirit. Heavens, what is that? Sikong Jiayue was shocked. That huge hand was too huge, and a mountain peak seemed small in front of it. Accurately speaking, it shouldn't be called a hand. It should be called a huge claw. Lin Feng said, Qiong-Qi is not made of flesh and blood. It's an indestructible original spirit left behind by an ancient expert. Some terrifying creatures want to devour it. Sikong Jiayue said, an ancient expert's original spirit? No wonder. If these terrifying existences devour Qiong-Qi's original spirit, their strength will definitely increase greatly. Swish! Qiong-Qi's original spirit was extremely terrifying. It was surrounded by divine flames. Facing this attack, it waved its sharp claws. A sharp claw light pierced through the celestial emperor. With a poochie sound, the claw light was too powerful. It directly pierced through the huge claw that covered the sky. Splash! Blood poured down like heavy rain. Roar! A painful roar came from the depths of the earth. Hum! The void trembled. A ferocious beast tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Qiong-Qi's original spirit. It was a 3-eyed demon wolf. It had clearly cultivated an extremely powerful path. Its aura was so terrifying that it made Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue's souls tremble. The 3-eyed demon wolf's sharp claws grabbed at Qiong-Qi's original spirit, wanting to tear it apart. However, Qiong-Qi's original spirit disappeared without a trace. The next moment, it appeared behind the 3-eyed demon wolf and sent it flying with a claw. Bang! With an earth-shattering sound, The three-eyed demon wolf was sent flying by Qiongqi's original spirit. The three-eyed demon wolf crashed into several mountains and was buried in the ruins. Whoosh! A blood-red light fell from the sky at extreme speed. The blood-red light directly attacked Qiongqi's original spirit. Another powerful existence had appeared and launched a short-kill attack on Qiongqi's original spirit. Roar! Qiongqi's original spirit roared. This was the legendary Supreme Soul attack technique, roar shaking the 9 heavens. It was rumored that when the primordial Saint Emperor Qiongqi stood in the Tianwu continent and roared, his roar could cause the stars to fall. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and powerful roar shaking the 9 heavens was. The blood-red light was hit and was sent flying. It's a blood-red centipede. Xikong Jiayue was shocked. At this time, Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue had already seen the true body of the blood-red light. It was a blood-red centipede that was more than 10 meters long. The blood-red centipede's body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Now, the blood-red centipede stopped in midair and stared coldly at Qiongqi's original spirit. Bang! Rubble flew through the air. The three-eyed demon wolf that was sent flying by Qiongqi's original spirit rushed out of the ruins. Then, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The earth trembled violently. The existence in the depths of the earth also crawled out. It was a terrifying creature that was thousands of meters tall. Its body was covered in scales and was incomparably ugly. It was a great evil demon. After it crawled out, its body quickly shrank until it was more than 10 meters long. It was floating in the air. The three-eyed demon wolf and the blood-red centipede separated into 3 directions and surrounded Qiongqi's original spirit. It seems that Qiongqi's original spirit must have been born not long ago. Qiongqi's original spirit must have felt the killing intent of these 3 powerful existences. That's why it's so irritable, Xikong Jiayue said. Lin Feng nodded. He felt that the Qiongqi's original spirit was naturally powerful, but after all, it was only a remnant of the primordial Saint Emperor Qiongqi's original spirit. It couldn't even use a billionth of the primordial Saint Emperor's power. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Qiongqi's original spirit was being spied on. Kill Qiongqi's original spirit, and we'll divide it equally. The three-eyed demon wolf spoke. They're really powerful. These 3 existences should be the overlords of the black fog world. They might even be powerful existences that were attracted by the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. No problem. The blood-red centipede and the great evil demon both nodded. Boom! A terrifying aura gushed out. The 3 powerful existences all rushed towards Qiongqi's original spirit. They evolved supreme divine techniques. Terrifying divine techniques condensed and bombarded Qiongqi's original spirit. They wanted to directly destroy it. Chapter 367. Roar! The Qiongqi primordial spirit stood in the air, its roar shaking the mountains and rivers. It was like an ancient god had descended. The Qiongqi primordial spirit was still able to deal with the attacks of the 3 powerful beings. It waved its claws and attacked the 3 powerful beings. The Qiongqi primordial spirit was too powerful. Its sharp claws instantly pierced through the attacks of the 3 powerful beings. Puff, puff, puff. Then, huge wounds were left on the bodies of the 3 powerful beings. Blood immediately flowed out of the wounds. Isn't this too unbelievable? It's just a primordial spirit. How can it be so powerful? Xikong Jiayue shouted in disbelief. What was an undying primordial spirit? Take Lin Feng, for example. His divine sense could be divided into millions of parts. When Lin Feng died, if one part of his divine sense could be preserved and not destroyed along with the main body, it would be an undying primordial spirit. It's just a primordial spirit. How powerful can it be? It's just an illusion. In reality, because the primordial sage emperors are too powerful, even a primordial sage emperor's divine sense is unimaginably powerful. That's why the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit is so powerful. The three powerful beings were heavily injured. The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit charged forward, wanting to kill them. Looks like it's time to take out that killing weapon. The great demon said, "What? You want to use that killing weapon? That's courting death. We can't use it. We'll die." The bloody centipede roared. The three-eyed demon wolf said, "If we fight to the death, we might be able to. As long as we kill the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit and devour it, we'll be able to recover, and our strength will increase greatly. This is the primordial spirit of a sage emperor. If we don't act quickly, when those terrifying beings on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons find out about the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit, do you think we'll still have a share?" Bam! While the three powerful beings were talking, the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit had already attacked. It waved its sharp claws and tore through the void, slapping towards the bodies of the three powerful beings. They were attacked again, and were sent flying by the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit. They were not on the same level at all. Too powerful. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue, who were watching the battle from afar, were filled with shock. The might of Qiong-Qi's primordial spirit far exceeded the two of their imaginations. Sikong Jiayue said, "That great fiend, the three-eyed demon wolf, and the blood-red centipede, even a yin-yang realm cultivator, would have been instantly killed by them. But even so, they still couldn't fight back in front of the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit. I really don't know how strong the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit is." Lin Feng nodded sympathetically. The super-strong fighting strength displayed by the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit had fiercely shocked Lin Feng. Swish, 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 the great evil demon, the three-eyed demon wolf, and the blood centipede all fled towards the depths of the forest. The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit quickly chased after them, not wanting to let them go. Lin Feng said, "This Qiong-Qi primordial spirit probably only has killing intent left. Anyone who poses a threat to it will be killed." Sikong Jiayue nodded and said, "Following the death of the main body, its will definitely dissipate. The reason why the primordial spirit can't be destroyed is because it relies on some kind of intent when it was alive, such as killing intent, evil intent, good intent, and so on." Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue chased after them. This kind of battle couldn't be missed. In the depths of the black fog world, there was an ancient stone tablet. This stone tablet had 4 large words written on it: eternal suppression of demons and gods. These 4 large words were written with the blood of demons and gods. Countless years had passed, but the words still hadn't dried up. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede all attacked together, wanting to lift the stone tablet. Boom! The ancient stone tablet was shaken, and immediately emitted a terrifying aura that swept through the world, suppressing all directions. Kacha, kacha, kacha! The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede were suppressed by the mysterious stone tablet. Even as strong as they were, their bodies began to crack. They roared loudly, but they didn't give up. They still persisted, wanting to lift the ancient stone tablet. Eternal suppression of demons and gods. Seeing the 4 large blood-red words on the stone tablet, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue exchanged glances. They both felt that this stone tablet wasn't simple. This stone tablet is suppressed in the depths of the black fog world, and the words eternal suppression of demons and gods are written on it. Could it be used to suppress the demons and gods that died in the ancient battlefield of demons and gods? Lin Feng murmured. He thought of many things. Demons and gods were too powerful. After death, there was a high chance that they would turn into undying spirits or evil spirits. The eternal suppression of demons and gods was suppressed in this place, preventing them from turning into evil spirits or evil spirits. This stone tablet was extremely terrifying. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede's bodies were cracking faster and faster. They had suffered a huge blow, and now they couldn't bear it anymore. Boom! Suddenly, the origin energy in their bodies burned fiercely. In order to lift the eternal suppression of demons and gods, they didn't hesitate to burn a large amount of their origin energy to strengthen themselves. Swoosh! The Qiong Qi primordial spirit quickly flew away, not daring to stay. Although the Qiong Qi primordial spirit didn't have any consciousness, it could still sense how terrifying the eternal suppression of demons and gods was. "Rise!" shouted the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede. Finally, after burning a large amount of their origin energy, they worked together to lift the eternal suppression of demons and gods. The three of them pushed the eternal suppression of demons and gods towards the Qiong Qi primordial spirit. Roar! The Qiong Qi primordial spirit roared. The Qiong Qi primordial spirit let out a terrified cry. It had suffered a huge blow. It didn't have a physical body. It was just an undying primordial spirit. Now, it was starting to crumble. Ha ha ha! It's going to die. The Qiong Qi primordial spirit is finally going to die. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede were all excited. The Qiong Qi primordial spirit can't hold on any longer. Its origin energy is gone, said Sikong Jiayue in surprise. Lin Feng nodded gravely. He wanted to obtain the Qiong Qi primordial spirit, but it was obviously impossible to steal it from the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede. But at that moment, something strange happened. Qiong Qi treasured technique. A deep roar reverberated through the world. The Qiong Qi primordial spirit launched a desperate attack. Kacha, kacha, kacha! The Qiong Qi primordial spirit suddenly had 9 heads. In that instant, the Qiong Qi primordial spirit's qi rose to the peak. Immemorial Qiong Qi treasured technique. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the true immemorial Qiong Qi treasured technique. The Qiong Qi treasure technique he had obtained from the bones of the Beast Emperor was an extremely simple Qiong Qi treasured technique. This immemorial Qiong Qi treasure technique was really too powerful. The Qiong Qi primordial spirit clawed, and the eternal suppression of demons and gods was sent flying. Boom! The eternal suppression of demons and gods once again flew back to its original position. It would never change, forever suppressing the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Hurry up and leave. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood-red centipede all looked at the Qiong Qi primordial spirit in fright. The Qiong Qi primordial spirit had used the immemorial Qiong Qi treasure technique, making them feel suffocated. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the centipede didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. But it was too late. After using the immemorial Qiong Qi primordial spirit, its combat power had already risen to an unimaginable level. It waved its claws. A claw of light flew out. Pooh! The claw of light instantly pierced through the bodies of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the centipede. How could this be? The 3 powerful creatures murmured in disbelief. Soon after, their chests exploded. Their bodies fell down, smashing into the ground, already dead. Insticle! Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were filled with deep shock. The immemorial Qiong Qi primordial spirit was actually so terrifying. The three-headed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the centipede were supreme existences that surpassed the yin-yang realm. But they had actually been insta-killed by the immemorial Qiong Qi primordial spirit. Chapter 368. The three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede had all fallen. The Qiong Qi primordial spirit couldn't hold on any longer, and its origin was beginning to disperse. The Qiong Qi primordial spirit can't hold on any longer. That attack just now was probably its last. Its origin is beginning to disperse. Sikong Jiayue said. The Qiong Qi primordial spirit's nine-headed avatar returned to its original form, but it couldn't hold on any longer. Its body was indeed collapsing, and it couldn't hold on any longer. The Qiong Qi primordial spirit quickly flew into the distance. You go collect the corpses of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede. I'll chase after the Qiong Qi primordial spirit. Lin Feng said, Are you crazy? Even if the Qiong Qi primordial spirit is about to be destroyed, it can still kill you easily before it dies. Sikong Jiayue said, Don't worry. I have a way to deal with the Qiong Qi primordial spirit. Lin Feng said. Sikong Jiayue could only nod and say, Be careful, I'll be there soon. Lin Feng nodded and unfolded his golden wings to chase after Sikong Jiayue. Sikong Jiayue flew towards the battlefield to collect the corpses of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede. These three were all-powerful existences that surpassed the yin-yang realm. Their bodies were full of treasures. At the same time, 15 kilometers away, Zhang Sun Wuji, the old servant, and two other guards saw the battle between the Qiong Qi primordial spirit, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede. It's the Qiong Qi primordial spirit. It's an ancient Qiong Qi primordial spirit that died. The old servant said, It seems like the Qiong Qi primordial spirit is about to be destroyed. That's great. If I can refine the Qiong Qi primordial spirit, how high will my cultivation level rise? Zhang Sun Wuji was so excited that his body trembled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The four of them didn't stop and quickly flew towards the battlefield. They obviously wanted to collect the corpses of the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the crimson centipede before chasing after the Qiong Qi primordial spirit. Lin Feng used his golden wings to chase after the Qiong Qi primordial spirit. At that moment, he didn't dare attack because Qiong Qi's primordial spirit wasn't destroyed yet. If Lin Feng attacked, wouldn't Qiong Qi's primordial spirit kill him? Lin Feng, fiend's primordial demon primordial spirit. Would origins its primordial spirits woods. It s primordial demon primordial long, to S Lin Feng chased after him. Lin to Roto, S bones, the end, to the end, it to S turn to it to turn. It S it's to destroy, it's S what? Twos, S's, S it's S, fiend S with that thought in mind. Lin Feng rushed towards the golden bones. Roar. But when Lin Feng arrived in front of the bone, a roar shook the sky. Swoosh. The Qiong Qi primordial spirit appeared again. Not good. It hasn't dissipated yet. I've been deceived by it. Lin Feng's expression changed. He quickly rushed out of the cave. But the Qiong Qi primordial spirit waved its claws, and the cave was sealed by a powerful energy. Lin Feng's was completely cut off. I'm in trouble. Lin Feng's expression became unsightly. He clenched his teeth and began to communicate with the Holy Emperor's Stone. The Holy Emperor's Stone was very strange. It had almost killed the fire Qilin. Lin Feng's cultivation was limited. He didn't want to have too much contact with the Holy Emperor's Stone. But now if he didn't use the Holy Emperor's Stone, it would be difficult for him to escape death. The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit looked coldly at Lin Feng. "You have learned the Qiong-Qi's treasure technique," it said in a low voice. Lin Feng was shocked. Didn't the eternal primordial spirits only have thoughts and no consciousness? But the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit in front of him didn't just have thoughts, it had consciousness. That was too terrifying. Of course, that was only the simplest consciousness. And it wasn't the consciousness of the ancient Holy Emperor Qiong-Qi, because the ancient Holy Emperor Qiong-Qi had died a long time ago. The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit in front of him had formed a completely new consciousness. Very weak. A weak Qiong-Qi's treasured technique. The weaker the bloodline of the Qiong-Qi's treasured technique is, the simpler and weaker the Qiong-Qi's treasured technique will be. The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Lin Feng felt extremely oppressed. He didn't dare act blindly without thinking, because the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit could kill him in one attack. Even if he wanted to use the Holy Emperor's Stone to attack the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit, he had to wait until the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit got close to him. If he was far away, the Holy Emperor's Stone wouldn't even touch the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit. "What do you want to do?" asked Lin Feng. "Even though your Qiong-Qi's treasure technique is very weak, it's still a Qiong-Qi's treasure technique. Your body has already adapted to the Qiong-Qi's treasured technique. It's a perfect body. Besides, I can sense that you've also learned some other ancient secret techniques." The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit was lost in thought. It looked a bit distressed. Its consciousness hadn't been formed for a long time, and it had lost a lot of its memories. Even though it could sense that Lin Feng had learned some ancient secret technique, it couldn't remember what it was. "I'm very interested in your body," said the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit. The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit pounced on Lin Feng. It wanted to kill Lin Feng and take over Lin Feng's body. "Let me devour you and refine your body into mine." The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit roared and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to devour Lin Feng. "Come out!" Lin Feng roared and took out the Holy Emperor's Stone. Poof, poof, poof. When Lin Feng used the Holy Emperor's Stone, the beast Emperor Qiong-Qi had yet to be harmed. He was the first to be harmed by the Holy Emperor's Stone. An inexplicable force escaped from the Holy Emperor's Stone and pierced several bloody holes in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt that the Holy Emperor's Stone was beginning to devour his essence and spirit in a frenzy. It was as if it was going to suck him dry. This was the terrifying and eerie part of the Holy Emperor's Stone. Lin Feng felt that he was going to die. He gritted his teeth and held on, throwing the Holy Emperor's Stone. Bang! The Holy Emperor's Stone slammed into the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit's body. "Ah, this is the Holy Emperor's Stone. A blood-stained Holy Emperor's Stone. How can this be?" The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit looked at the Holy Emperor's Stone in horror. Its body was hit by the Holy Emperor's Stone. Crack, crack. Then the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit's body began to disintegrate. Undying technique. The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit used a heaven-defying secret technique to stop all this, but it failed. The Holy Emperor's Stone contained a terrifying power that instantly shattered the origin energy of the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit. Bang! The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit directly exploded. Its consciousness dissipated, leaving only the origin energy suspended in midair. Chapter 369. The Qiong-Qi primordial spirit's consciousness has been destroyed. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had almost been killed by the Holy Emperor's Stone, but he hadn't suffered for nothing. But very quickly, Lin Feng's face turned black. The Holy Emperor's Stone was absorbing the original strength of the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. "Don't steal it from me, it's mine," shouted Lin Feng furiously, rushing over. The Holy Emperor's Stone was bewitching. It released a beam of golden light, which bombarded Lin Feng and sent him flying. Bang! Lin Feng crashed into the wall. The impact was so strong that Lin Feng coughed up blood. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Shameless Holy Emperor's Stone, I'll kill you!" Lin Feng gnashed his teeth and charged. He couldn't let the Holy Emperor's Stone succeed. The Cheong-Chi primordial spirit was his. If it was absorbed by the Holy Emperor's Stone, where would he find the second Cheong-Chi primordial spirit? Bang! But the result was the same as the first time. Lin Feng was sent flying again. The Holy Emperor's Stone was too terrifying. Lin Feng coughed up blood again. "Bastard, you and I can't exist under the same sky," said Lin Feng, gnashing his teeth. This time, he didn't rush over. If he was sent flying a few more times, Lin Feng was sure that he would be killed by the Holy Emperor's Stone. If that happened, he would lose more than he gained. Even though Lin Feng hated the Holy Emperor's Stone, he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. "What a monstrous stone," thought Lin Feng gloomily. "Monstrous, monstrous," murmured Lin Feng suddenly. Speaking of bewitching, the most bewitching one should be the demonic orb, right? Back then, the sacred Emperor's Stone had tortured the Fire Qilin half to death. But in the end, the Fire Qilin still managed to suppress the Saint Royal Stone. It took the Saint Royal Stone out of its body and threw it to Lin Feng. However, when the Fire Qilin faced the demonic orb, it was unable to resist at all and had its source devoured by the demonic orb. "Hee, I'm going to fight demons with demons today." Lin Feng took out the devil bead and blasted it towards the Holy Emperor's Stone. Boom! After sensing the demonic bead's aura, the Saint Royal Stone emitted a terrifying aura and floated in the air, confronting the demonic bead. The two monstrous things that Lin Feng couldn't control emitted terrifying waves of energy. The space inside the cave seemed to distort. "Mine!" Lin Feng directly pounced on the Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. He no longer cared about anything else. He didn't care if the demonic bead would fight to the death with the Sage Emperor's Stone. "I'll devour Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit first." Lin Feng was worried that if he didn't devour Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit quickly, it would be divided between the Saint Royal Stone and the demonic bead. Both of these items were too strange. They could do anything. Refine. After Lin Feng devoured the Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit, he began to refine it. At the same time, the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar in Lin Feng's Dantian emitted powerful waves. Waves of strong emotions emanated from the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar. That emotion was an emotion of extreme desire. The archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar was too eager to devour the Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit. After Lin Feng refined the Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit, he integrated it into the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar. Boom! Immediately after, a terrifying force emanated from the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar. Waves of ancient memories seemed to be awakening. Whoosh! As for the demonic bead, it rushed into Lin Feng's body and went dormant again. It was the same for the Saint Royal Stone. It turned into a stream of light and rushed into Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng was immersed in the awakening of the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar. Following the awakening of the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's avatar, dense information appeared in his mind. It was all about the archaic divine Emperor Cheong-Chi's memories. Among them, there was naturally an introduction to the archaic Cheong-Chi's treasure technique. When using the archaic Cheong-Chi's treasure technique, every additional head condensed would double the combat power of this secret technique. At most, it could be increased by a full 9 times. This was simply unheard of. However, it was obviously not easy to condense 9 heads. This was the limit of the archaic Cheongchi's treasure technique. Over the endless years, other than the archaic divine emperor Cheongchi, the rest of the Cheongchi clan members were able to condense the ultimate form of 9 heads. Only 5 people could do this. It was already so difficult for the Cheongchi clan to cultivate, let alone the other clans. However, Lin Feng was different from others. He had refined the archaic divine emperor Cheongchi's avatar and had the archaic divine emperor Cheongchi's aura comprehension. Cultivating the archaic Cheongchi's treasure technique was definitely faster than anyone else. Furthermore, his cultivation would be more profound. Half an hour later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His face revealed joy. The archaic divine emperor Cheongchi's avatar had already awakened. Lin Feng obtained the archaic Cheongchi's treasure technique. This archaic divine emperor Cheongchi's avatar was hidden in Lin Feng's Tianshu meridian to be nourished, and the golden-winged great rock king avatar was entrenched in Lin Feng's Tianmen meridian to be nourished. Following the increase in Lin Feng's strength, these 2 avatars would also become stronger and stronger. In the future, they might grow to become true gods. Of course, if one day Lin Feng became a terrifying existence comparable to the archaic dragonesque elephant's strength, then the archaic divine emperor's avatar in his Tianshu meridian might be able to reach the ancient divine emperor's level of strength. In the future, when he faced an enemy, he could directly summon the archaic divine emperor's avatar and sweep through everything. Lin Feng checked his injuries. Previously, he had been injured by the Holy Emperor's stone, but after absorbing the Cheongchi's primordial spirit, he discovered that his injuries had already healed. This made Lin Feng slightly happy. He didn't stop and quickly flew outside. Lin Feng arrived outside the cave and coincidentally bumped into Sikong Jiayue, who had been looking for him all along the way. "Are you all right?" asked Sikong Jiayue. "I'm fine." Lin Feng shook his head. He said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and leave." Sikong Jiayue nodded and left with Lin Feng. However, not long after they left, 4 figures appeared in the distance. "Damn it, I don't know who obtained the corpses of those 3 ferocious beasts in advance. If I find out, I'll definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces." Someone cursed in a low voice. "Young master, even though the corpses of those 3 ferocious beasts are precious, there's a huge difference between them and the Cheongchi's primordial spirit. I can already sense the chi of the Cheongchi's primordial spirit in the depths of the mountain range. When the time comes, the most important thing for you is to refine the Cheongchi's primordial spirit and increase your cultivation," said the old servant. Chapter 370. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue naturally wanted to cut Zhang Sun Wuji into pieces. However, they didn't act rashly because the old servant was too powerful. Lin Feng and Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't fight against a martial king above the 5th heavenly layer. "Follow and see if there's a chance. If there's a chance, kill him," Lin Feng whispered. "Okay." Sikong Jiayue nodded. The 2 of them didn't follow too closely. This was because Zhang Sun Wuji's old servant was too powerful. If they followed too closely, they might be discovered. They followed him silently. "Looks like they're here for the Cheongchi primordial spirit," Lin Feng thought to himself as he watched Zhang Sun Wuji and the others walk towards the Cheongchi primordial spirit's cave. "Young master, it's inside." The old servant pointed at the cave in the depths. Zhang Sun Wuji glanced at it and frowned. "There won't be any danger, right?" "If young master is worried, I'll go in and take a look. If there's no danger, I'll call for young master." The old servant said. "Then go. Hurry up, don't make me wait too long." Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand. Yes. Then the old servant dashed into the cave. One of the guards said, "Young master, if you refine the Qiong Qi primordial spirit, your cultivation will increase greatly. You might even become an Yin-Yang realm expert soon." That's right. That's right. When the time comes, young master, please don't forget about us loyal servants." The other guard said with a fawning expression. Zhang Sun Wuji had a smug look on his face. He clearly enjoyed the two's flattery. Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Don't worry, I won't mistreat you in the future. We're willing to go through fire and water for you, young master." The two guards were delighted. At this moment, two figures stealthily moved towards Zhang Sun Wuji and the others. The black fog world was shrouded in fog. That was why Zhang Sun Wuji and the others didn't even notice Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue's approach. "You killed the guards. I will kill Zhang Sun Wuji," Lin Feng said softly. Sikong Jiayue nodded. They were getting closer and closer to Zhang Sun Wuji. When they were about 10 meters away, the two of them hid behind a huge rock and took a deep breath. Swish, swish, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue instantly charged towards Zhang Sun Wuji and his two guards. At that moment, the old martial king servant was not by Zhang Sun Wuji's side. It was the best time to kill Zhang Sun Wuji. The two of them were extremely fast, and in an instant they were in front of Zhang Sun Wuji and the two guards. "It's you," Zhang Sun Wuji sensed the aura behind him and turned around to see Lin Feng charging at him. His expression changed, and he quickly retreated, but it was too late. Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword in his hand. Puff! Zhang Sun Wuji's right arm was chopped off by Lin Feng. Blood immediately gushed out. Zhang Sun Wuji let out a mournful cry. Originally, Zhang Sun Wuji's strength was not inferior to Lin Feng's. In a one-on-one fight, it would not be easy to deal with Zhang Sun Wuji. However, Lin Feng had suddenly launched a sneak attack. He had caught Zhang Sun Wuji off guard. Zhang Sun Wuji was unable to dodge, and had one of his arms chopped off by Lin Feng. On the other side, Sikong Jiayue's attacks were also very fierce. He killed a guard with a single slash and then pounced on another guard. Inside the cave, the old servant heard Zhang Sun Wuji's miserable cry, and his expression changed greatly. Not good. He quickly rushed outside. My arm! My arm! Brat, I'm going to kill you!" Zhang Sun Wuji roared. A light flashed in his hand, and a war spear appeared. Zhang Sun Wuji held it in one hand and rushed towards Lin Feng, stabbing at Lin Feng. Clang! The spear and sword collided, emitting a clanging sound and sending sparks everywhere. Zhang Sun Wuji was forced back by Lin Feng's attack. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly and Zhang Sun Wuji had lost an arm, his battle strength had decreased sharply. Naturally, he would be suppressed by Lin Feng. Puff! Sikong Jiayue slashed down and finished off the second guard. Then, he quickly rushed over and attacked Zhang Sun Wuji together with Lin Feng. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression changed greatly. Although he hated Lin Feng to the core, he was not stupid. It would be difficult to defeat Lin Feng one-on-one, let alone one-on-two. Zhang Sun Wuji quickly rushed towards the cave, wanting to find the old servant. "You can't escape." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His golden wings spread out. He soared into the sky and instantly flew in front of Zhang Sun Wuji. He descended from the sky and slashed down with his sword. Zhang Sun Wuji roared angrily. Lin Feng had blocked his path, and he had no choice but to deal with Lin Feng's attack. He waved his spear to block Lin Feng's attack. However, A dense killing intent came from behind him. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression changed greatly. He knew that Sikong Jiayue had attacked him. Zhang Sun Wuji wanted to move to the left to avoid Sikong Jiayue's attack. However, at this moment, Lin Feng activated his devouring martial soul. Triple devouring martial soul superimposed. It formed a powerful magnetic field that directly imprisoned Zhang Sun Wuji. A blade flashed. Sikong Jiayue's blade pierced through Zhang Sun Wuji's chest. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at the dagger in disbelief. In the next moment, Lin Feng swung his sword at Zhang Sun Wuji. Puff! Zhang Sun Wuji's head flew into the sky, blood spurting out as his headless corpse fell to the ground. "Little bastards, are you courting death?" The old servant rushed out. When he saw that Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had joined forces to kill Zhang Sun Wuji, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He roared angrily. That shriveled body abruptly moved towards Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. "This old fellow is crazy. Let's go," Lin Feng shouted. His and Sikong Jiayue's target was Zhang Sun Wuji. Now that Zhang Sun Wuji had been killed, there was no need to fight with the old servant. Lin Feng grabbed Sikong Jiayue and spread his golden wings. He instantly soared into the sky and disappeared. The old servant wanted to chase, but he could not catch up. 50 miles away, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue landed. "Ha, how refreshing." The two of them laughed. After getting rid of Zhang Sun Wuji, the two of them were in a good mood. They did not stop. After resting for a while, they continued on their way. The two of them were going to pass through the depths of the black fog world. They were going to enter the true battlefield of gods and demons. They passed by the place where the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit had fought the three beasts, that eternal suppression god Devil Steel. Sikong Jiayue pointed at a stone stele that was more than 10 meters tall. It stood at the end of the ground. The words eternal suppression god Devil Steel flickered with a demonic blood-red light. An ancient aura emanated from the eternal suppression god Devil Steel. This ancient steel was extremely terrifying. Even the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit had been destroyed by it. If the eternal suppression god Devil Steel had not been severely injured, it might not have been able to destroy the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit's consciousness. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue walked towards the eternal suppression god Devil Steel. They wanted to take a closer look at it, but at this moment, the words eternal suppression of gods and devils suddenly emitted endless blood-red light. A terrifying aura surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. Lin Feng immediately felt that the terrifying aura was about to destroy his body. Wah! Even someone as strong as Lin Feng could not withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 371. The eternally subduing god Devil Steel was too terrifying. Lin Feng coughed up blood, but Sikong Jiayue's situation was even worse than Lin Feng's. The two of them quickly retreated, leaving the eternally subduing god Devil Steel behind them. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. From afar, the three-eyed demon wolf, the great fiend, and the blood centipede carried the eternally subduing god Devil Steel to kill the Qiong-Qi primordial spirit. Who would have thought that we wouldn't even have the ability to look at it up close? We were almost killed, Sikong Jiayue said. This eternally subduing god Devil Steel is too strange. Perhaps it really is an ancient steel built to suppress the ancient gods and devils who died in the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue quickly left. Where are they? Where are they? About 2 hours after they left, the old servant chased after them. His killing intent was almost tangible. The old servant's roar shook the sky as he searched for Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. However, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had already left. You won't be able to escape. I can feel your faint auras. No matter where you run to, I will kill you to avenge the young master. The old servant's face was distorted as he quickly chased after them. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the earth quaked as an army of undead appeared in the depths of the black fog world. And it wasn't just a single wave. The undead army had sealed off the entrance to the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. There were many cultivators lingering in the outer regions, waiting for an opportunity. Friend, may I ask why there are so many undead here? Lin Feng cupped his fists and asked a cultivator in his 20s. The cultivator replied, "There is a country of undead in the depths of the black fog world. Do you see it? It's deep in the mountains over there. The undead army is the undead from the country. It's said that they were an extremely powerful force when they were alive and were under the rule of the ancient devils. However, during the ancient war of gods and devils, they betrayed the ancient devils and joined the ancient devils' army. They were cursed by the ancient devils. After the ancient war of gods and devils, the cursed people who were cursed forever became undead on the ancient battlefield of gods and devils, protecting the black fog world and preventing outsiders from entering. A cursed army. Lin Feng was startled. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, "The ancient devil's army's army, and devils and devils and devils can't enter the battlefield of gods and devils and devils. At night, the passage to the battlefield of the gods and devils will open. At that moment, cultivators can force their way in. Of course, they'll be attacked by the army of the dead, so they'll have to rely on their own strength." The cultivator said, "So that's how it is. Everyone is waiting for night to arrive." Lin Feng nodded and thanked the cultivator. He then walked towards Sikong Jiayue and told him what he had heard. "Let's find a place to rest and recover. At night, we'll follow the army and charge into the ancient battlefield of gods and devils." Lin Feng said. The two of them found a place to rest. More and more cultivators gathered. Obviously, everyone knew that they could only succeed in breaking through if they stayed together. After all, the undead army guarding the depths of the black fog world was not to be trifled with. Although they were cursed and turned into undead, and did not have the powerful strength of the ancient times, these undead were still very terrifying. The decrease in strength was only a relative term. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue went to find a place to rest. At this time, they suddenly heard a voice behind them. "Boundless Taoist Master, what a coincidence to meet you again." Lin Feng turned his head and saw the boundless Taoist Master. He was speechless and could even be said to be rolling his eyes. Why did he meet this damned Taoist Master again? No matter where he went, this Taoist Master's figure seemed to be everywhere. "So it's Taoist Master. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Boundless Taoist Master said, "Looking at your glowing face, it seems that you have benefited greatly." Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Taoist Master. If not for Taoist Master's accurate predictions, how could I have had so many fortuitous encounters?" Lin Feng emphasized the word accurate. He was obviously mocking boundless Taoist Master's fortune-telling skills. This guy kept saying that Lin Feng would have a bloody calamity. Boundless Taoist Master laughed and said, "Benefactor is too polite. If Benefactor thinks that this poor Taoist predictions are accurate, can you give me a few spirit stones to use?" Lin Feng was speechless. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as boundless Taoist Master. He actually had the face to ask Lin Feng for spirit stones. "Take it and don't disturb me." Lin Feng took out 2 low-grade spirit stones and gave them to Boundless Taoist Master. Boundless Taoist Master smiled and said, Benefactor is very kind. Good people will be rewarded. This damn Taoist master had finally said something nice. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue walked to the side. Sikong Jiayue said, "This is the first time I've seen a Taoist master in the East Province. These Taoist masters are all very mysterious and don't walk around much. It seems that this Taoist master's fortune-telling skills are quite accurate. How about I ask him for a fortune-telling too?" Lin Feng said unhappily, "Don't be fooled by that Taoist master. How could this Taoist master have any real skills? I only gave him 2 spirit stones because I was annoyed by his swindling." Sikong Jiayue's mouth twitched and said, "A fake Taoist master? This guy really knows how to play. He actually dares to pretend to be a Taoist master. If those Taoists find out, I wonder if they'll skin him alive." Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue found a place to rest. During this time, more and more experts arrived, including some people from ancient factions. Lin Feng saw a few people with silver hair. It was said that they were experts from the silver-haired race, an ancient race that was very powerful. He also saw a few mysterious people shrouded in long robes. Their auras were restrained, but there was a magnetic field around them that prevented anyone from spying on them. They were definitely terrifying people. Many experts have come, and there are even people from ancient holy lands. This is even better. Only with enough experts will we be able to enter the battlefield of gods and demons more easily, Sikong Jiayue said. "That's enough," Sikong Jiayue said. Lin Feng nodded. When night fell, the passage to the battlefield of gods and demons opened. In the black fog world, there were more than 10 such passages. No matter which passage one took, they could enter the battlefield of gods and demons. "Attack!" Someone shouted in a low voice and rushed towards the battlefield of gods and demons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon after, figures rushed towards the battlefield of gods and demons. They wanted to force their way through the passage and enter the battlefield of gods and demons. The people from the ancient factions have made their move. Let's do it too. Soon, the cultivators hidden in the surroundings all rushed towards the passage. Rumble! In the depths of the passage, the sound of the earth shaking could be heard. Black fog covered the sky, and from the black fog, a densely packed undead army rushed out. Bang! The cultivators and the undead army collided. Roar! A undead army that was 4 to 5 meters tall held a huge axe and swung it towards Lin Feng. If the axe hit him, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. Chapter 372. Swoosh. Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When the axe came down, he quickly moved to the left and narrowly avoided the undead spirit's attack. However, although the undead spirit was huge, it was extremely agile. After the axe missed, it shook its right hand and swept Lin Feng towards Lin Feng instead. Clang! Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword to block. The giant axe and the black dragon sword collided fiercely. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged into his body. Lin Feng was blown away by the terrifying strength of the attack. His arm was numb. Lin Feng knocked over more than 10 people in a row. There were cultivators and undead spirits. Finally, he fell on top of an undead spirit. That undead spirit hugged Lin Feng tightly. The undead spirit with the giant axe quickly rushed forward and waved its axe to kill Lin Feng. The situation was critical. Sikong Jiayue rushed over and waved his short knife at the undead spirit with the giant axe. He entangled this undead spirit and bought Lin Feng time. Lin Feng struggled to break free from the undead spirit, hugging him, and twisted the undead spirit's neck. He jumped up and rushed towards the undead spirit with the giant axe. Puffed. The sword flashed and swept forward. The undead spirit's head was chopped off by Lin Feng. However, no blood spurted out. The undead spirit's blood had long dried up. Roar. Even though his head had been cut off, the dead spirit didn't die. The head was still floating in the air and emitting roars. The headless corpse continued attacking Si Kong Zhaiyu with his gigantic axe. His gigantic head then threw itself at Lin Feng and opened his mouth wide. He wanted to bite Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression changed. At the same time, the undead spirit, whose neck was twisted by Lin Feng, got up. Crack, crack. The undead twisted its neck, and in the end, the neck that had been twisted by Lin Feng returned to its original state. The undead also let out a low roar and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted, "Sikong, these undead have undying bodies. They can't be killed. Let's not waste time with them. Let's leave quickly." Sikong Zhaiyu nodded. Fighting with these dead spirits was not only meaningless, but also very dangerous. Even if you cut off their heads, they wouldn't die. However, if his heart was pierced by the undead spirit, then he would definitely die. Lin Feng sent the undead's head flying with a slash of his sword, and then quickly rushed into the depths. Sikong Zhaiyu had also shaken off his opponent and rushed into the depths with Lin Feng. The two of them cooperated very well, and they killed their way into the depths of the canyon. There was a distorted screen of light there, and after passing through it, they would arrive at the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Sikong Zhaiyu said, "That's the distorted space-time created by the spatial teleportation array. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons has already been sealed and turned into an independent space. However, after passing through that distorted space-time, we will arrive at the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. When we get there, let's not separate, okay?" Lin Feng nodded. Many people had already rushed over, wanting to enter the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. However, there was a powerful undead spirit guarding the final passage. It was a headless horseman. He was riding a dragon horse as he strode over. The dragon horse was a rare beast. The classic of mountains and seas had recorded that there was a strange beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse that could travel 15 million kilometers in a day. However, it was obvious that the dragon horse had also turned into an undead spirit, and its eyes flickered with a pale green light. The headless horseman wielded a huge sword and slashed it down. Buzz. 1,000-meter sword light condensed. Heavens! Run! Seeing this, the cultivators who were rushing towards the ancient battlefield of gods and demons were scared out of their wits. What kind of existence was this? A sword light that was 1,000 meters long was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine how strong the headless horseman was to be able to condense 1,000-meter sword light. Everyone frantically retreated, but many of them were unable to dodge the 1,000-meter sword light. PFFF, PFFF. Ripping sounds could be heard as cultivators were cut in half by the 1,000-meter sword light. Dozens of cultivators died on the spot. Too strong. Lin Feng and Sikong Zhaiyu had luckily escaped, but their faces were extremely pale. Fortunately, they had been a bit further away. Otherwise, they would have been cut in half by the headless horseman's sword. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they looked at the headless horseman. He was really too strong, and it made their hearts tremble. It was difficult to fight against him. This level of existence was beyond imagination. The headless horseman and his horse were guarding the distorted space-time that led to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, but no one dared to step forward. Rumble. Behind them, the army of dead spirits attacked. Everyone was forced to fight against the army of dead spirits again. Humph. A cold snort was heard. Finally, a strong cultivator arrived. A dazzling light flew over, and a middle-aged man stood in the middle of it. It's an almighty cultivator from the sun-moon ancient holy land. Someone cried out in surprise. That cultivator's identity was terrifying. He was an almighty cultivator whose strength had long surpassed the yin-yang realm. People like that rarely appeared in the 3,000 continents of the Tianwu continent, but now that the ancient battlefield of gods and demons had opened, he had come out of seclusion. Even such a strong cultivator has appeared. Could it be that the Fire Qilin is right? These ancient factions have come for the ancient corpse that has surpassed the god's spirit realm. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. Facing the almighty cultivator from the sun-moon ancient holy land, the headless horseman still used one sword move. Buzz! The 1,000-meter sword light condensed again and slashed towards the almighty cultivator from the sun-moon ancient holy land. Bang! The two sides collided, but to everyone's astonishment, the almighty cultivator from the sun-moon ancient holy land was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Barf! The almighty cultivator actually coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's an almighty cultivator. He actually coughed up blood with one sword move. How strong is the headless horseman? Many people's faces were filled with shock. The headless horseman was too strong. He was so strong that everyone felt fear and despair. Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, two more figures flew over. One of them was as hot as the sun, shining in all directions. The other figure was shrouded in mist. It was vaguely possible to make out that it was a woman, the almighty cultivator from the Qinwu people. Lin Feng recognized the man. He was the one who had scared the Fire Qilin away. The other woman was shrouded in mist, so he couldn't see her clearly. "Brother Dongling, are you all right?" The woman asked. "The headless horseman is much stronger than we imagined." The almighty cultivator from the sun-moon ancient holy land said gloomily, "The three of us can fight him." The almighty cultivator from the Qinwu people said. Boom! The three almighty cultivators joined forces and attacked the headless horseman. That world-destroying power swept through the heavens. Even the mountains in the distance started to tremble. Chance! Many people rushed towards the distorted space-time. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were among them. They grabbed each other and rushed into the distorted space-time. A moment later, they felt the world spinning around them. They were pulled far away by a powerful force. After an indeterminate amount of time, the endless darkness suddenly became bright. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were thrown out. Swoosh! However, as soon as they were thrown out of the distorted space-time tunnel, they didn't have time to adapt to the situation. A cold light shot out from the forest towards them at incredible speed. It slashed towards them, trying to decapitate them. Some of the cultivators who had come in first hid at the exit of the distorted space-time tunnel. They attacked Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue, trying to kill them. Chapter 373. The speed of the person who attacked was too fast. Upon closer inspection, it was not a flying sword, but a cultivator. His body transformed into a resplendent sword beam. Such a method would cause one to be shocked and moved. He had refined his own body into a sword. Clang! The attack landed heavily on Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng's body was too strong. It was as if the attack had hit the hardest magic treasure. It couldn't immediately break through Lin Feng's defense. Lin Feng reacted at this moment and sent a palm strike towards the attacker. With a loud bang, the cultivator was sent flying by Lin Feng. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. This method of transforming his body into a sword was also reduced to its original form by Lin Feng's palm strike. It was a cultivator who looked to be in his 20s and was wearing blue clothes. This person's sneak attack on Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue failed, and he was injured by Lin Feng instead. His face was extremely gloomy. "Are you all right?" Sikong Jiayue's expression changed, and he looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Lin Feng grimaced in pain, but he wasn't injured. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Then he looked at the blue-clothed cultivator. "Bastard, you dare to sneak attack me? Let's see how I'll kill you." Lin Feng quickly chased after him. If his body hadn't been strengthened by the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, he would have been killed by this person. How could Lin Feng not be angry? The cultivator was injured by Lin Feng's palm strike. He knew that he couldn't defeat Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue, so he turned and ran. However, Lin Feng was too fast and soon caught up. "Eat my fist," shouted Lin Feng furiously. He raised his right fist and punched the air. A fist light, condensed from energy, ruthlessly struck the cultivator's back. Wah! The cultivator spat out blood from Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng quickly chased after him, wanting to capture him. 360 swords. The cultivator bellowed as he utilized a secret technique. Next, a high number of sword beams converged to form one sword after another, which shot towards Lin Feng. A total of 360 swords. This was definitely a very powerful secret technique. 360 swords came stabbing over. Lin Feng had no choice but to quickly dodge. Whoosh! The cultivator took advantage of this opportunity to rush into the forest. "Where are you going?" Sikong Jiayue quickly chased after him. 360 swords chased after Lin Feng. It was as if he would not give up until he killed Lin Feng. What a powerful sword technique! Lin Feng was shocked. He activated his devouring martial spirit and formed a black hole to devour all 360 swords. Whoosh! After Lin Feng broke through his opponent's 360 sword strikes, Sikong Jiayue flew back and said gloomily, "That guy got away." Lin Feng said, "Let him run." Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue did not pay too much attention to that person, so they quickly left the area. After Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue left, the cultivator, who had been injured by Lin Feng, walked out from a large tree. This was a mysterious concealment technique that allowed him to hide in a large tree. "Brat, I'll remember you. I'll definitely tear you to pieces." The cultivator's expression was gloomy and his face was distorted. It seemed like he had pulled at his wounds, and he coughed violently. "Is this the ancient battlefield of gods and demons? It's really an independent space, and it's boundless." Sikong Jiayue clicked his tongue in wonder. Lin Feng said, "It's said that this place used to be one of the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent, but after the great war of gods and demons, too many gods and demons died. And this place turned into an extremely terrifying place. Ghosts would appear during the day. So some powerhouses sealed this place and refined it into an independent space, sealing off the ancient battlefield of gods and demons." Sikong Jiayue said, "I wonder who set up the eternally subduing god-devil steel." Obviously, this had become a secret that no one knew about. The two of them continued deeper into the ancient battlefield. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue chatted along the way. Lin Feng said, "I heard that 100 years ago, someone discovered an ancient corpse that surpassed the god realm in the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, but they failed to obtain it. Now that 100 years have passed, the ancient battlefield of gods and demons has reopened, and those ancient powers will definitely come again to retrieve that corpse." An existence that surpassed the god realm? Sikong Jiayue couldn't help but gasp. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence it was. According to the old legends, when one surpassed the god realm, they could go to a place called the Undying World. But that was just a rumor. Lin Feng nodded. "That's true, but that's too far away from us." Sikong Jiayue, also felt the same way. They were still in the general realm, and those things were too far away for them to reach. 5 days later, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue arrived in the depths of a mountain range. There were dozens of cultivators gathered there. The violet jade snake grass grows here, but it's protected by a demonic snake. Maybe we can work together to slay the snake and obtain the violet jade snake grass. Someone said. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were shocked. There was actually violet jade snake grass here. It was an extremely precious spirit herb. It was rumored that violet jade snake grass took 1,000 years to sprout, 2,000 years to break through the soil, and 3,000 years to become violet jade snake grass. If one could recognize violet jade snake grass, it meant that it had grown for at least 3,000 years. The violet jade snake grass can greatly increase the purity of one's pure qi. It's an extremely rare spirit herb that can directly increase one's cultivation. Lin Feng said. Sikong Jiayue nodded. I've heard that if it's refined into a violet jade snake pill, its effects will double. Lin Feng nodded. It was exactly as Sikong Jiayue had said. Lin Feng didn't have the method to refine the violet jade snake pill, but he had the method to refine the violet gold pill. It required a total of 67 spirit herbs, and the main ingredient was violet jade snake grass. If it was refined into a violet gold pill, its effects would increase tenfold. Lin Feng had learned this method from the fire Qilin. It was the inheritance of the ancient divine medicine. More and more cultivators gathered. It seemed that they had all heard the rumor. The violet jade snake grass had affected many people. There are already more than 200 people here, but a spirit herb like the violet jade snake grass can only grow 12 stalks in one place. Lin Feng said, Is there such a thing? Sikong Jiayue was slightly surprised. He wasn't an alchemist, so he didn't know much about spirit herbs, but Lin Feng was very familiar with them. Even if there were 12 stalks of violet jade snake grass, they would devour each other until only one stalk remained. It was hard to say whether or not there were 12 stalks of violet jade snake grass in this place. It's them. A few cultivators appeared in the distance. One of them looked at Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue with murderous intent. It was the blue-clothed cultivator who had attacked Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue when they had first entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. The blue-clothed cultivator and his fellow disciples had also arrived at the Demon Snake Mountain Range. Chapter 374. Junior Brother Lu Wuqing. Who are they? An enchanting woman asked curiously as she looked at Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. Second senior sister. They're the ones who injured me. Lu Wuqing said with a gloomy expression. How could you be injured by them with your strength? The enchanting woman frowned slightly. Senior sister, I was tricked by that brat, the guy in black. I used the secret technique of becoming one with the sword and slashed his body, but I couldn't break through his defense. That's why I was hit by his palm, and my Zhen Qi was almost scattered. Although my cultivation is much higher than theirs, my Zhen Qi was almost scattered, so it was naturally difficult for me to be their opponent. Lu Wuqing said with a gloomy expression. Lu Wuqing was a cultivator at the 9th layer of the martial general realm. He was indeed very strong, with 390,000 dragon powers, far surpassing Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. The enchanting woman was called Sun Ziyue, and she narrowed her eyes as she said, It seems like he has a soft armor treasure on him. Senior sister, I won't be able to calm down if I don't take revenge for this. I want to kill these two, especially that guy in black. I want to tear him to pieces. Lu Wuqing's face was filled with killing intent. Sun Ziyue said, This isn't the place to make a move. We need to gather our strength to fight the demon snake later and get the purple jade snake grass. Although Lu Wuqing really wanted to make a move right now, he could only endure it for now. He said with a gloomy expression, "Then let them live a little longer." Sikong Jiayue said, "It's the guy who ambushed us." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I saw it. The people around him are very strong, especially that woman. Look at that woman's body. She's faintly formed astral winds. She should have broken through to the martial king realm," Sikong Jiayue said. "Yes, she's indeed broken through to the martial king realm with astral energy protecting her body." Lin Feng nodded. The martial king realm was different from the martial general realm. After cultivating to the 10th heavenly layer of the martial general realm, a cultivator would need to search for astral winds. What was astral wind? It was a type of extremely destructive qi produced by heaven and earth. It was called astral wind by cultivators. There were many types of astral winds. Some of the more powerful ones were rumored to be able to kill even deities. Cultivators in the 10th layer of the martial general realm had to refine a certain kind of astral wind and fuse it with their true qi. At this time, the Zhen qi that had fused with the astral wind would undergo a transformation. This was the first metamorphosis of his true qi, metamorphosis qi. It was often referred to as stellar energy by cultivators. Compared to Zhen qi, earth energy was much more powerful in terms of offense and defense. However, Gang qi could not develop the brain and produce magic power. Therefore, there were also cultivators who classified aura qi as a type of true qi, except that it was a more powerful true qi. True qi could only enter the yin-yang realm when it was transformed into dharma power, giving one the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue secretly paid attention to these people. They naturally felt the hostility, but Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue didn't have anything to worry about. They believed that these people would not make a move here, as that would expose themselves and weaken their strength. Boom! A terrifying aura came from afar, and a few silver-haired men arrived. Before this, Lin Feng had seen these people before. They were powerhouses from the silver-haired clan. They were slender and extremely handsome, but each of them was very powerful. In another direction, a man in golden clothes walked over. He was the #1 prodigy of the East County, Jin Yichen, and his cultivation was abnormally strong. In another direction, 3 people walked over with swords on their backs. People from the 10,000 Swords sect. Someone whispered. This was also an ancient force, the 10,000 Sword sect, and it was said that they had 3,000 sword techniques. Do it! Soon, more than 200 cultivators came to an agreement. Everyone rushed into the depths of the mountain range. Roar! An angry roar was soon heard, and a giant beast rushed out of the cave. It was a demon snake that was 1,000 meters long with 9 heads. 9-headed demon snake. Looking at the giant demon snake that was 1,000 meters tall, when it stood upright, many people's faces turned pale. This demon snake's body exuded a terrifying aura that was suffocating. Heavens! The 9-headed demon snake is actually guarded by such a demon snake. Many people's faces suddenly changed. The 9-headed demon snake was an ancient beast, and its 9 heads were said to have 9 different abilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silver-haired cultivators, Jin Yichen, and the cultivators from the 10,000 Swords sect quickly rushed towards the purple jade snake grass. These cultivators wanted to take advantage of the chaos and steal the purple jade snake grass. After all, their goal was the purple jade snake grass, not to fight with the 9-headed demon snake. Many people had this idea, and they all rushed towards the purple jade snake grass in the depths of the mountain range. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, there were only 12 purple jade snake grass in the depths of the mountain range. It seemed that these purple jade snake grass had just matured and hadn't had time to eat each other. Lin Feng felt an extremely terrifying aura from the silver-haired cultivators, Genie Chen, and the 10,000 Swords sect. He and Sikong Jiayue avoided them and rushed in another direction, where there were also a few purple jade snake grass. Screech! An ear-piercing shriek rang out as the nine-headed demonic snake became incomparably furious. Its 9 heads opened, and then it spat out attacks that filled the sky. Thunder, lightning, wind blades, fireballs, and so on. The 9 heads contained 9 different types of attacks, and they all rushed towards everyone. The 9-headed demon snake felt the greatest threat from Genie Chen, the silver-haired cultivators, and the 3 10,000 Swords sect cultivators, so they suffered the most ferocious attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The 9-headed demon snake's attacks were too ferocious, and many cultivators were sent flying, coughing out blood in midair. Before they could react, they were killed by the next wave of attacks and died on the spot. In an instant, 50 to 60 people died. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were also attacked, and the 2 of them were sent flying. Sikong Jiayue took out his defensive magic treasure to block the 9-headed demon snake's attack. Lin Feng, on the other hand, channeled the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, and the immemorial dragonesque elephant's power flowed through his body. Powerful attacks bombarded Lin Feng's body, but he had to rely on his physical strength to resist. Damn, so sick. The corners of the cultivators' mouths twitched when they saw this. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly dodged the 9-headed demon snake's attacks. He rushed towards a purple jade snake grass and reached out to grab it. Boy, the purple jade snake grass is mine, piss off, shouted Lu Wuqing coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He also rushed towards Lin Feng and threw a punch at him. You want to steal the purple jade snake grass. Do you have what it takes? Lin Feng looked indifferent. He raised his fist and collided with Lu Wuqing's fist. Lin Feng borrowed the strength of the collision to quickly arrive in front of the purple jade snake grass and immediately collected it. How dare you steal my purple jade snake grass? I'll kill you. Lu Wuqing's face twisted when he saw Lin Feng take the purple jade snake grass. Chapter 375. The purple jade snake grass was too precious, and it was a treasure that could directly increase one's cultivation base. Lu Wuqing still wanted to use the purple jade snake grass to break through to the 10th firmament of the martial general realm. Now, the purple jade snake grass had been taken by Lin Feng in advance. With the new and old grudges added together, Lu Wuqing could not wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Boom! Lu Wuqing exploded. A blinding light condensed on his palm. He punched towards Lin Feng. Divine Fist Technique. This was an ancient secret technique that was very powerful. The power of a punch was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even a 10,000-foot mountain would be destroyed in an instant. Humph! Lin Feng smiled coldly. When facing Lu Wuqing's celestial god fist technique, Lin Feng didn't look scared at all. Instead, he used his ancient Qiongqi technique. Roar! The roar shook the sky, and a Qiongqi appeared and soared into the sky. This was a 2-headed Qiongqi, and it was also the peak level that Lin Feng could condense at the moment. Previously, Lin Feng had cultivated the Qiongqi treasure technique. Therefore, he already had some understanding of the Qiongqi treasure technique. When Lin Feng came into contact with the immemorial Qiongqi treasure technique, Lin Feng easily comprehended part of its mysteries and successfully condensed a second head. You're courting death. Lu Wuqing's face was full of coldness. He thought that this was just a Qiongqi beast condensed by Lin Feng's secret technique, and there was nothing to be afraid of. He punched fiercely and collided with the 2-headed Qiongqi. But soon, Lu Wuqing's face changed drastically. His attack did not shatter the 2-headed Qiongqi. The two-headed Qiongqi actually blocked his attack. This two-headed Qiongqi was naturally not a simple evolution of the immemorial Qiongqi treasure technique. One must not forget that Lin Feng had revived the immemorial divine Emperor Qiongqi avatar. This two-headed Qiongqi beast was formed by the immemorial Qiongqi treasure technique that Lin Feng used to control the immemorial divine Emperor Qiongqi avatar. Although the immemorial divine Emperor Qiongqi avatar did not have flesh and blood, it was still condensed from countless materials. It was like a magic treasure, but it was a magic treasure that could evolve divine secret techniques. It would not be easy to destroy Lin Feng's immemorial divine Emperor Qiongqi avatar. While the two-headed Qiongqi beast and Lu Wuqing fought, Lin Feng's original divine Emperor Qiongqi had silently disappeared. When Lu Wuqing noticed that there was something wrong with the Qiongqi ferocious beast, he realized that Lin Feng had disappeared. Not good. Lu Wuqing's face suddenly. Lu Wuqing's avatar attacked Lu Wuqing to Wuqing's. Lu's S's. Lu Wuqing's robe had been destroyed by Lin Feng's punch. Wah! Lu Wuqing was sent flying, vomiting blood. Lin Feng quickly chased after him, wanting to get rid of Lu Wuqing once and for all. "Brat, you're courting death," shouted Sun Ziyu furiously. She then moved towards Lin Feng with the intention of killing him. Martial King expert. Lin Feng's face slightly changed, but he quickly calmed down. Now that he had awakened the second immemorial divine emperor avatar, his strength had greatly increased. He wanted to test his own strength. Lin Feng willed the two-headed Qiongqi beast to attack Sun Ziyue. "Bastard, you're courting death." Sun Ziyue shouted coldly and raised her hand to slap it. Bang! She collided with the two-headed Qiongqi beast. She was shocked to find that it was not condensed from energy, but had a real body. Sun Ziyue's face suddenly changed. When had she ever seen such a thing? Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Sun Ziyue. He condensed a ball of lightning in his hand and used the Sky Tyrant lightning art to attack Sun Ziyue. "You're overestimating yourself." Sun Ziyue's reaction was too fast. As expected of a martial king expert, she sent a palm attack towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng and Sun Ziyue collided. Sun Ziyue's martial king's strength exploded and sent Lin Feng flying. However, Lin Feng was not injured. "Come back!" Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. "Roar!" The two-headed Qiongqi roared and quickly drilled into Lin Feng's body. At the same time, the nine-headed demonic snake went completely crazy because several of the purple jade snake grass had been taken away. The nine-headed demonic snake spat out an even more violent attack. At the same time, its huge tail swept over, causing the mountains to collapse. Su Ziyue and her fellow disciples, who were about to continue attacking Lin Feng, were also forced to dodge the attack. "We got it, let's go." Sikong Jiayue quickly rushed over, full of excitement. "You're injured." Lin Feng saw a wound on Sikong Jiayue's abdomen, and his face suddenly changed. Sikong Jiayue's face was pale, and he said fiercely, "I was ambushed by a few bastards, and my abdomen was pierced. Fortunately, it's not fatal. Let's quickly leave this place." Lin Feng nodded and quickly rushed out of the forest with Sikong Jiayue. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. Chase. Sun Ziyue looked gloomy and quickly chased after them with Lu Wuqing and the others. However, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had already disappeared without a trace. Sikong Jiayue spent 3 days recuperating while Lin Feng was comprehending the experience of using the ancient divine emperor's Qiongqi clone for the first time. When the ancient divine emperor's Qiongqi clone was used together with the immemorial Qiongqi precious technique, it could display the ancient divine emperor's battle strength to its peak. Lin Feng smiled. The ancient Divine Emperor's Cheongqi clone was the first ancient Divine Emperor's clone that Lin Feng had awakened. Among the 9 ancient Divine Emperor's clones, the White Tiger clone and the Angel clone were also ancient Divine Emperor's clones. If he could awaken them in the future, Lin Feng's battle strength would be even more terrifying. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the ancient Divine Emperor's Cheongqi clone could not be used casually as it consumed too much energy. He had only awakened the ancient Divine Emperor's Cheongqi clone for a short period of time before he felt deeply exhausted. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He knew that this was because his cultivation level was not high enough. If he had reached the Martial King realm, it would have been better. Strength. In the end, he still needed to increase his strength. Sikong Jiayue said, "It's a pity to directly refine the violet jade snake grass, but refining it into a violet jade snake pill is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The most important thing is that you don't have a recipe. Lin Feng, as an alchemist, do you have a recipe for the violet jade snake pill?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't have one." Sikong Jiayue helplessly shrugged and said, "Then let's just consume it." At that moment, Lin Feng said, "What's the big deal about the violet jade snake pill? It's just a trash pill. I can refine an even more powerful pill that's 5 times more effective than the violet jade snake pill." Hiss! Sikong Jiayue took a deep breath and fiercely slapped Lin Feng. He said, "Good boy, you're really good. You've really hidden your strength well." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I still need to collect some spirit herbs. I hope I can find some." Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue continued deeper into the ancient battlefield. A day later, they discovered a cultivator's trading area. This cultivator's trading area had been set up by the cultivators who had entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. There were also large organizations that maintained order there. This was because the cultivators who had entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons would obtain some treasures, secret manuals, and so on. If there were things that they didn't need, they could come here to trade for things that they could use. Or if they had exhausted themselves in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons and needed some supplies, they could buy them here. Of course, the price would also be tens or even hundreds of times higher than outside. Lin Feng bought the spirit herbs he needed in this trading area and then left with Sikong Jiayue. They found a cave left behind by a demonic beast and hid in the depths of the cave. Lin Feng began refining the ancient violet gold pill. Chapter 376. Refining the purple gold pill wasn't an easy task because it was a yellow rank, middle rank, and high rank pill. However, Lin Feng's soul power had increased greatly during this period of time. He felt that he should be able to successfully refine it. Spiritual array techniques and alchemy techniques were closely related to one's soul. Although Lin Feng hadn't tested his spiritual array master and alchemy master grade, Lin Feng knew that his spiritual array master and alchemy master skills were improving rapidly. This was the reason why Lin Feng dared to refine high-rank pills. Logically speaking, a yin-yang realm 5th firmament soul should be able to support a spiritual array master and alchemy master to reach the profound rank. Lin Feng just lacked experience. With more practice, he would definitely be able to reach the profound rank. Lin Feng threw various spiritual herbs into the cauldron. Under Lin Feng's refinement, they turned into medicinal liquid. Sikong Jiayue also knew that he couldn't be disturbed during the refining process, so he stood guard outside. One day later, 2 purple gold pills were successfully refined by Lin Feng. "It's done," Sikong Jiayue asked excitedly. Lin Feng nodded and gave one to Sikong Jiayue. "Try it out." "Haha, that's great. I'm really looking forward to it," Sikong Jiayue said with a face full of joy. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue each found a place to refine the purple gold pills. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and swallowed the purple gold pill. In an instant, a majestic medicinal power spread throughout his body. He began to absorb the medicinal power of the purple gold pill. This purple gold pill was indeed a treasure. It contained a shocking amount of energy. When Lin Feng absorbed the medicinal power of the purple gold pill, he could clearly feel that the true qi in his body had begun to transform again. His true qi had transformed, and his cultivation had broken through. 6 hours later, Lin Feng's strength began to increase crazily. His strength increased from 625 drachafin strength to 3,125 drachafin strength. 1 drachafin strength was equivalent to 10 drachafin strength. That was 31,250 drachafin strength. When the 3 devouring martial spirits were activated, Lin Feng's strength reached 93,775. Ordinary cultivators at the 8th heavenly layer of the martial general realm would only have 78,000 dragon power. Even the 9th layer of the martial general realm only had 390,000 dragon power. In terms of pure strength, Lin Feng could already suppress a cultivator at the 8th layer of the martial general realm. If he relied on his own secret technique, even a 9th heavenly layer martial general would not be a match for Lin Feng. Although the strength of a 10th layer martial general far surpassed that of Lin Feng. However, when Lin Feng took out the primordial sacred Emperor Qiongqi clone, it was still not certain who would win. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng was in a great mood. Not long after, Sikong Jiayue also made a breakthrough. He happily said, "This violet gold pill is really amazing." Lin Feng smiled. "It's good that you made a breakthrough. This ancient battlefield of gods and demons is really a good place. There are all kinds of resources. I wonder if I can break through to the martial king realm before we leave." Of course, Lin Feng also knew that breaking through to the martial king realm would be quite difficult. After all, he was still many realms away from that. Sikong Jiayue said, "Martial king realm is not an extravagant request, but it would be even better if I could break through 2 more realms." Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue continued deeper into the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. In the afternoon, they saw a celestial light at the end of the earth. A tyrannical fluctuation swept through the world. "What's that?" Lin Feng was shocked. What a powerful fluctuation. Could it be an ancient immortal treasure? Sikong Jiayue cried out in surprise. The celestial light flew into the sky, emitting a shocking fluctuation. Countless people were looking in the same direction. This was a treasure that could make people go crazy. Many cultivators rushed over. There were even yin-yang cultivators who appeared to fight over this ancient, immortal treasure. "It must be an astonishing treasure. Let's go and take a look," Lin Feng said. Sikong Jiayue nodded and followed Lin Feng into the depths of the battlefield. When they arrived, there were 4 or 5 yin-yang cultivators fighting over the immortal treasure. But in the end, the immortal treasure tore open the seal and escaped. Everyone was astonished. A yin-yang cultivator had set up a powerful seal, but it had been broken just like that. It was really difficult to imagine how powerful that immortal treasure was. The 5 yin-yang cultivators were naturally unwilling to let the immortal treasure escape. They chased it all the way until they reached a valley. The 5 cultivators sealed the immortal treasure once again. There were many cultivators scattered around the valley. They were all staring at the immortal treasure in the sky, their eyes twinkling. "I have a teleportation talisman here. We can steal the immortal treasure and use it to leave. These yin-yang cultivators won't be able to catch up to us," whispered Sikong Jiayue, said Sikong Jiayu in a low voice. He knew how fast Lin Feng was. If he tried, maybe he would succeed. A teleportation talisman? Lin Feng was astonished. This talisman could only be made by a heavenly level formation master. Heavenly level formation masters were at the top of the 3,000 provinces of the Tianwu continent. He gritted his teeth and said, "The bold ones will die from overeating, and the cowardly ones will die from starvation. Let's try it." It had to be said that Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were really audacious. The 5 Yinyang cultivators were fighting to the death for the immortal treasure, but the 2 of them dared to pluck the fur off a tiger. Just as Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were about to attack, an endless black fog suddenly appeared from all directions. A sinister laughter rang out. The black fog covered the sky and the sun, covering a radius of a few dozen miles. The entire area had turned into a world of black fog. In the black fog, a dense crowd of figures appeared. Devil Dao experts. Many people's expressions changed. Take the immortal treasure and go somewhere else to decide who will get it. The 5 Yinyang cultivators shouted in low voices. They quickly reached an agreement to take the immortal treasure and leave this place as quickly as possible. Swish! The 5 Yinyang cultivators charged towards the immortal treasure. But at that moment, a terrifying aura came from the sky. Loud, rumbling sounds could be heard. Then, a huge hand that blotted out the sky smashed towards the 5 Yinyang realm experts. "None of you can escape." A bone-chilling voice rang out. The huge hand that covered the sky ruthlessly attacked. "It's a Devil Dao expert." The 5 Yinyang cultivators were extremely pale. They used all their divine abilities to block the attack. Bang! However, even as powerful as they were still sent flying by that gigantic hand that blotted out the sky. Wah! The 5 Yinyang cultivators all coughed up blood. Even as strong as they were, they couldn't block the attack of a Devil Dao expert. Chapter 377. "Who are you?" A Yinyang realm expert roared. "I've been in seclusion for 3,000 years. Does no one remember me?" A sinister voice came from the black fog. "Have you heard of Purgatory Archdevil?" "What? You're Purgatory Archdevil? You were the previous palace master of the Soul Devourer Palace. Didn't you die?" The faces of the 5 Yinyang realm experts turned pale. The Soul Devourer Palace had been extremely powerful in the past. Almost all the major factions in the East County had joined forces to severely injure it. The Soul Devourer Palace had been at its peak when Purgatory Archdevil had been its palace master. However, it was rumored that Purgatory Archdevil had suffered from chi deviation and died. At first, everyone thought it was just a rumor. However, Purgatory Archdevil hadn't appeared when the Soul Devourer Palace and the various factions of the East County started fighting. That was when everyone believed that Purgatory Archdevil had died. If Purgatory Archdevil had been present, it would have been hard to say who would have won the battle. However, someone who had died 3,000 years ago had appeared again. "Who said I'm dead?" "I was just comprehending the Purgatory Archdevil technique. Now that I've successfully cultivated it, the East County and the Divine Land will belong to the Soul Devourer Palace." Purgatory Archdevil's sinister voice rang out. F***CK. The Soul Devourer Palace still has someone like that. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. He and the Soul Devourer Palace were mortal enemies. Now, an ancient who had lived for thousands of years had appeared in the Soul Devourer Palace. This wasn't good news for Lin Feng. Purgatory Archdevil was a creation realm expert 3,000 years ago. "I wonder how powerful he is now," Sikong Jiayue said solemnly. The second major realm of cultivation was called the Earth Realm. It was divided into 4 levels: Yin Yang, creation, life and death, and reincarnation. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, an yin-yang realm expert was as powerful as a god, not to mention a creation realm expert. Purgatory Archdevil had been a creation realm expert 3,000 years ago. What about now? What realm was he at now? Lin Feng nodded solemnly. The 5 yin-yang realm experts shouted, "Purgatory Archdevil, what are you trying to do to us? We all have ancient sects and clans behind us. Do you want to go against our sects and clans? I'll kill you all and announce the return of the Soul Devourer Palace." Purgatory Devil Sovereign's voice rang out from the demonic mist. Not only was this person powerful, but his will was also incomparably strong. The decision he made would not change because of anyone. "You want to kill us? It won't be that easy. If the 5 of us join hands, we can definitely destroy that person's seal. When we go back, we'll definitely report this to our superiors. Someone will come and kill you. You won't be able to survive for long." The 5 yin and yang realm experts roared and soared into the sky. They quickly charged into the black mist. Terrifying energy waves swept through the area. Clearly, they were fighting the Purgatory Archdevil, an old monster who had lived for several thousand years. "Kik, you won't be able to escape either." Gloomy laughter came out from the black fog. Then, more than a dozen Devil Path experts rushed out. It was a group of young experts. To Lin Feng's surprise, not only were there Devil Path experts, but there were also Devil Path experts. For example, there was a hairy Azura. He was a devil. There was also a beautiful young woman with 9 tails. She was a 9-tailed fox. Sikong Jiayue was shocked. It seems like the Devil Path and the Devil Path have joined hands. Let's break out of this encirclement. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Many people tried to break out of the encirclement. Attack! The young Devil Path and Devil Path experts were clearly extraordinary. They waved their hands, and the Devil Path experts rushed out from the black fog and attacked the cultivators in the valley. A great battle erupted. Lin Feng was surrounded by a dozen Azuras. Not only were there Azuras, but there were also Azuras flying. There were strong cultivators everywhere. Lin Feng was in trouble. As for Sikong Jiayue, he was surrounded by 3 earth demons and 5 Devil Path experts. There were too many Devil Path and Devil Path experts. The battle was intense. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were separated. The black fog churned, and Lin Feng could only see a dozen meters around him. He couldn't see Sikong Jiayue's shadow. His expression sank. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a cold light flashed as fast as lightning, slashing towards him. It was the 9-tailed fox girl. She took out a silver snake, flying sword, and attacked Lin Feng. "Hee, I'll cut you down with my sword." The 9-tailed fox girl giggled. "Devour." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He took out the devouring heaven jar and swallowed the 9-tailed fox girl's silver snake flying sword. Ah! The 9-tailed fox girl screamed in pain. Her face turned pale. "Kill!" Lin Feng shouted. He jumped around and killed more than a dozen Azuras. Then he quickly rushed out. "My sword! Bastard, you stole my sword!" The 9-tailed fox girl gnashed her teeth. She shouted, "Catch him! Don't let him escape!" Uft, uft, uft. Lin Feng was jumping through the forest and slaughtering everything in his path. Anyone who tried to stop him was killed by Lin Feng. "Boy, it's you!" A young Devil Path expert shouted. He held a spear and attacked. "You and Yin Feng, long time no see." Lin Feng grinned. When Lin Feng first entered the wild forest and met Murong Shui, he had a conflict with Yuan Yunfeng of the Soul Devourer Palace. They had old grudges. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. He saw Yuan Yunfeng here again. "Boy, I'm going to kill you today." Yuan Yunfeng sneered. "Master, let me do it." Yuan Yunfeng was followed by a middle-aged man. When Lin Feng saw him, his pupils shrank. This person's qi was terrifying. He was definitely a martial king of the 5th celestial layer. Lin Feng couldn't deal with such a person. Yuan Yunfeng was the grandson of the Soul Devourer Palace's great elder. It was normal to have such a strong person protecting him. Lin Feng ran away. He couldn't stay here for long. He didn't want to stay. "Do you think I can't even kill this boy?" Yuan Yunfeng said gloomily. "I don't think so," the middle-aged guard quickly said. "Just watch." Yuan Yunfeng sneered. He held his spear and chased after Lin Feng. He jumped up and aimed his spear at Lin Feng. Yuan Yunfeng's attack was terrifying. Lin Feng dodged at full speed. Boom! Yuan Yunfeng's attack crashed into a 100-meter-high gigantic boulder. The boulder immediately broke apart. "Die!" Yuan Yunfeng took large strides and shouted coldly. He continuously attacked with his spear. 36 spear lights condensed in the air and shot towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Chapter 378. Lin Feng frowned. Yuan Yunfeng surprisingly didn't want to let him go. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Feng raised his black dragon sword and swept it across. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Yuan Yunfeng's 36 spear attacks were all destroyed by Lin Feng. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly retreated 20 meters and landed firmly on the ground. "Yuan Yunfeng, did you come here to die?" He held his black dragon sword with an indifferent expression. Roar! A roar came from behind. An underground demon was holding a stone hammer and smashing it towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he stabbed with his sword. Pooh! That sword directly pierced the underground demon's chest. Lin Feng pulled out his sword, and the underground demon fell to the ground, dead. "Little brat, you're about to die, and you still dare to boast shamelessly." Yuan Yunfeng's face was filled with anger. "Do you know how much I've wanted to kill you and that bitch Morong Shui all these years? If you two hadn't stolen my profound ice liquid, I might have already broken through to the Martial King realm." How laughable! The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the virtuous. You trash from the Soul Devourer Palace. If you obtained the profound ice liquid, who knows how many people would have died? You didn't get it. The heavens really have eyes. Lin Feng curled his lips. Lin Feng's words were like adding oil to the fire. Yuan Yunfeng was so angry that his face turned ashen. Said the old man coldly, "Little brat, I have to say, your mouth is quite sharp, but your strength is far from enough. I've already reached the 9th celestial layer. If I kill you, the haze in my heart will disappear. That way, I will be able to quickly break through to the 10th celestial layer of the general layer and reach the Martial King layer. It will only be a matter of time." Lin Feng replied, "You have to have a dream, even if you'll never be able to realize it." When the middle-aged cultivator heard Lin Feng's mocking words of Yuan Yunfeng, the corner of his mouth violently twitched. He had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. Not only was this brat arrogant and conceited, his mouth was also so vicious. The middle-aged cultivator's face was filled with a sneer. He was waiting to see Yuan Yunfeng kill Lin Feng. He naturally did not believe that Lin Feng had the ability to deal with Yuan Yunfeng. This middle-aged cultivator could sense Lin Feng's strength. He was at the 6th layer of the martial general realm, 3 levels away from Yuan Yunfeng's 9th layer of the martial general realm. Such a huge gap. Facing Yuan Yunfeng was only a dead end. Yuan Yunfeng coldly smiled and said, "Brat, Even now, you still dare to boast shamelessly and infuriate me. Since it's like this, today I'll let you know how great the gap between you and me is. When that ice-cold voice fell, Yuan Yunfeng had already leaped out. Swish, swish, Yuan Yunfeng once again thrust it out with his spear. 72 spear lights pierced towards Lin Feng. This attack had twice as many spear lights as before. It was obvious that its power was even stronger. I'm afraid the same move won't be of any use against me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He leaped out and charged towards Yuan Yunfeng. He waved his black dragon sword and slashed forward. Humph! At this time, Yuan Yunfeng sneered. His hands suddenly shook as he activated the 72 spear lights for the second time. Seamless connection. 72 spear lights were activated. The two attacks were closely linked together. Even if Lin Feng was able to block the first 72 spear lights, he no longer had the time to block the second wave of 72 spear lights. Brat, do you know how powerful I am? In theory, after using these 72 spear lights once, I would need to rest for a period of time before being able to use them a second time. However, in order to be able to continuously use this move, I bitterly trained in the Storm Valley for a year. It was truly a period of time where living was worse than death. Finally, I was able to continuously use the ultimate move of 72 spear lights twice. Relying on this ultimate move, I can kill enemies above my level and kill you like slaughtering dogs. Yuan Yunfeng's arrogant voice rang out. It was obvious that he was extremely confident in his move. Not far away, the middle-aged cultivator, who was watching the battle, nodded slightly. He thought to himself, young master has indeed cultivated the essence of 72 spear lights. This spear technique condenses 72 spear lights. It is already extremely overbearing. Wanting to break this spear technique will definitely be incomparably difficult. After breaking this spear technique, wanting to deal with the second wave of 72 spear lights will indeed be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This brat will definitely be stabbed to death by young master. 72 spear lights pierced through. However, Lin Feng did not dodge or evade. His expression was indifferent. Seeing that Lin Feng still wanted to block his 72 spear lights, the corner of Yuan Yunfeng's mouth revealed a sinister expression. In his opinion, Lin Feng was simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Clang! Lin Feng waved his battle sword, slashing towards the densely packed spear lights. An incomparably intense pung zheng sound rang out. Yuan Yunfeng's first wave of 72 spear lights was blocked by Lin Feng. However, following that, the second wave of 72 spear lights had already arrived. Danger! The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng had just waved his battle sword to block the first wave of 72 spear lights. However, he no longer had the time to wave his battle sword to break the second wave of 72 spear lights. Die! The corner of Yuan Yunfeng's mouth hooked up into a sinister arc. It was as if he had already seen Lin Feng die under his peerless spear light attack. As for the middle-aged cultivator who was watching the battle not far away, the corner of his mouth also revealed a cold expression. In his opinion, Lin Feng was also bound to die. Boom! However, just as the 72 spear lights pierced through Lin Feng's body, a terrifying devouring power was emitted from Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit. 72 spear lights. In an instant, they were devoured by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. How is this possible? Yuan Yunfeng's expression suddenly changed. At this time, Lin Feng had already used the Sky Tyrant lightning art to condense a lightning ball in his left hand. He directly threw the lightning ball out. Bang! The lightning ball directly smashed onto Yuan Yunfeng's body and exploded. Yuan Yunfeng's body directly exploded, dripping with blood. Ah! Yuan Yunfeng let out an incomparably mournful scream. Lin Feng waved his battle sword and slashed forward. With a poochie sound, Yuan Yunfeng's head was chopped off by Lin Feng. Blood immediately gushed out. Yuan Yunfeng died on the spot. Young master! The middle-aged cultivator's eyes were bloodshot as he roared with incomparable rage. He charged towards Lin Feng to kill him. After killing Yuan Yunfeng, Lin Feng did not stop and quickly rushed out of the valley. He rushed out of the valley. However, at this time, a terrifying aura spread out and instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Little bastard, hand over your life. The old servant by Zhang Sun Wuji's side was actually hiding outside the valley. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, he launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. A terrifying palm ruthlessly attacked. With a bang, the shockingly powerful palm ruthlessly slammed into Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng was sent flying like a cannonball. Chapter 379. Whoosh, the middle-aged cultivator, also rushed out. His name was Zhao Chong. He had been Yuan Yunfeng's guard for 3 years. Zhao Chong knew what Yuan Yunfeng's death meant to him. Yuan Yunfeng was the great elder's grandson, and the grandson he loved the most. Now that Yuan Yunfeng had been killed, he had failed to protect him. If he returned to the soul-devouring palace, he would definitely be tortured to death by the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul. As for escaping, Zhao Chong had never thought of escaping. The souls of the cultivators of the soul-devouring palace had been sealed. They could not escape nor betray the soul-devouring palace. Only by killing Lin Feng would he be able to lessen his punishment and live. Brat, I want your life. Zhao Chong rushed towards Lin Feng. Humph! The old servant couldn't help but snort coldly. He also wanted to kill Lin Feng, so that he could explain himself when he returned. However, now was not the time to fight with the cultivators of the soul-devouring palace. 2 strong cultivators of the Huangqi layer threw themselves at Lin Feng. Who would have thought that Lin Feng, who had received an attack from a martial king, would actually soar into the sky? Then he quickly flew into the distance. What? The old servant looked at the scene in disbelief. That brat had clearly received an attack from him and was fine. Wasn't that too inconceivable? That brat clearly wasn't wearing a Dharma robe. The old servant looked as if he had seen a ghost, but he quickly reacted. The body of a martial general could actually withstand an attack from a martial king of the 5th celestial layer. Wasn't that too abnormal? If this brat was allowed to continue growing, the old servant didn't dare to imagine. He quickly activated his Dharma robe and soared into the sky, chasing after Lin Feng. Zhao Chong was the same. His face was filled with killing intent as he chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng flapped his golden wings and flew into the depths of the soul-devouring palace. Lin Feng's face was deathly pale. Even though he had managed to block the old servant's attack, it was still an attack from a cultivator of the Huangqi layer. Lin Feng was severely injured. This old tortoise, a martial king, actually launched a sneak attack. Lin Feng was quite depressed. He looked back and saw the old servant, and Zhao Chong quickly chasing after him. These 2 martial king experts obviously wouldn't give up until they killed him. Lin Feng glanced at the valley where the battle was taking place. He didn't know how Sikong Jiayue was doing. He was 100% certain that he couldn't continue to wait for Sikong Jiayue to come out. However, with Sikong Jiayue's strength and means, as well as the magic treasures on him, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape from the encirclement of the devil and devil experts. The situation that he was facing should be even more dangerous. There were 2 martial king realm experts chasing after him. Most importantly, he had been ambushed by the old servant and was severely injured. If it weren't for his injuries, it wouldn't be difficult to shake off these 2 people. However, Because of his injuries, Lin Feng's speed had decreased a lot. Therefore, it was somewhat difficult to shake off the old servant and Zhao Chong. Brat, you can't run away. Today, I will tear you to pieces. Zhao Chong's gloomy voice sounded. He was almost gnashing his teeth as he shouted. It was obvious how much Zhao Chong wanted to kill Lin Feng. Little bastard, you will definitely die today. The old servant's voice was filled with hatred. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the old servant and said, You are a member of an ancient aristocratic family, and you are surrounded by cultivators from the soul-devouring palace. Have you forgotten how the cultivators of the soul-devouring palace massacred billions of ordinary people in the divine prefecture of the Eastern Province in order to cultivate demonic arts? These people from the soul-devouring palace should be killed by everyone. In that valley, the people from the soul-devouring palace joined forces with the demonic path and surrounded many cultivators to kill them. As an expert from an ancient aristocratic family, you should have quickly killed the people from the soul-devouring palace to avenge the innocent people who died tragically. You actually chased after me with the people from the soul-devouring palace. Is this what an ancient aristocratic family should do? Brat, no matter how glib your tongue is, it won't change my determination to kill you. The old servant was unmoved. His voice was still cold and contained boundless killing intent. Lin Feng coldly said, Aren't you afraid that I will spread this matter? Let's see if your Zhangsun clan will become the public enemy of the entire divine prefecture of the Eastern Province. Little bastard, you are courting death. I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. The old servant's expression changed drastically, and his killing intent intensified. Lin Feng's words had hit his weak spot. Lin Feng sneered and didn't say anything else. He quickly flew towards the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. However, when he flew past a deep abyss, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from the abyss. Immediately after, an endless amount of black fog appeared and immediately moved towards Lin Feng and the two others. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He wanted to increase his speed and rush over, but he failed. The black fog enveloped Lin Feng and then swept towards the old servant and Zhao Chong. Because the old servant and Zhao Chong were relatively far away, they quickly dodged the black fog. However, Lin Feng wasn't so lucky and was directly swallowed by the black fog. Following that, the black fog quickly retreated back into the abyss. What was that? The old servant looked gloomy. Zhao Chong said, Maybe it was a terrifying magical beast that could control the black fog. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. After saying that, the old servant quickly rushed into the abyss and disappeared. Zhao Chong's expression was extremely gloomy. After hesitating for a long time, he also rushed into the abyss. The endless black fog enveloped him. Below him was an ancient forest. Lin Feng tried to break free from the black fog, but he discovered that the black fog contained a very strange and terrifying power. This power caused his body to be completely paralyzed. Lin Feng's expression became very unsightly because he discovered that he couldn't control his body and couldn't move. The black fog quickly swept him into the depths of the forest. Bang! In the end, Lin Feng fell from the sky. What delicious flesh and blood! What a powerful bloodline. I can feel a bloodline power in your body that can make people go crazy. In the depths of the forest, there was darkness, and a sinister voice came from that distorted world of darkness. What's that? Shouted Lin Feng in a low voice. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. Rumble! At this moment, an earth-shaking sound was heard, and a huge monster appeared. It was a huge beast that was close to 100 meters tall, and its whole body was as black as ink. It was hidden in the darkness, and if one looked carefully, It looked like a huge black octopus with 3 eerie eyes. Dark giant demon. When Lin Feng saw this gigantic creature, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 380. Dark gigantic demons were demonic beasts, evil and terrifying. They loved to devour all kinds of living things, especially those with powerful bloodlines. Lin Feng had never thought that he would run into a dark gigantic demon here. His body had been paralyzed by the dark gigantic demon's black fog, and he couldn't move. Death was the only way out for him. Dark gigantic demon, how about we make a deal? Said Lin Feng loudly. What kind of deal? The dark gigantic demon looked at Lin Feng with great interest. Its 3 eyes were flickering with a sinister light. There are 2 martial kings outside. I'll help you lure them here. Devouring martial kings should be more beneficial than devouring me, right? Said Lin Feng. Said the dark gigantic demon disdainfully. I already sensed those 2 human cultivators, but I didn't even bother to attack them. Do you know why? Why? Asked Lin Feng gloomily. Their bloodlines are nothing compared to yours. Said the dark gigantic demon. I've never seen a bloodline as powerful as yours. Even I was shocked. I don't know why your bloodline is so powerful. If I devour you, the purity of my bloodline will greatly increase. Lin Feng's plan to divert trouble to the dark gigantic demon had failed. The dark gigantic demon didn't care about the old servant and Zhao Chang's bloodlines. However, it was normal. Lin Feng's body had been tempered by the ancient dragonesque elephant technique, and his bloodline had surpassed that of a divine demon. How powerful and pure was his bloodline. Although the old servant and Zhao Chang's cultivation were higher than Lin Feng's, they only had mortal bodies. Their bloodlines couldn't compare to Lin Feng's. Rumble! The dark gigantic demon stretched out a huge tentacle towards Lin Feng. It wanted to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He knew that the moment of life and death had arrived. He couldn't move his body. He had no choice but to use this move. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. A primal chaos ancient lamp flew out. It was Lin Feng's natal treasure. The primal chaos ancient lamp rushed into the dark gigantic demon's mind. Lin Feng controlled the primal chaos ancient lamp and attacked the dark gigantic demon's soul. Life and death was on the line, and under Lin Feng's control, the primal chaos ancient lamp flew towards the dark gigantic demon's soul. The dark troll's soul was a ball of twisted black mist. Immediately, the primal chaos ancient lamp released heavenly fire and wrapped around the soul. A cluster of heavenly fire illuminated the mountains and rivers. The heavenly fire enveloped the twisted black fog, and it immediately burned fiercely. Hurt me! The gigantic demons, soul of the gigantic demons. With the soul as the source, the damage it received was far greater than the damage to the physical body. A flame that will take your life. Calm. Hoo. The primal chaos ancient lamp's temperature rose rapidly, burning the dark gigantic demon's soul. The dark gigantic demon's soul was burning. Kid, you want to take my life? Not so easy. I'll destroy your soul first. Then I'll see if you can still control this flame to attack me. The dark gigantic demon roared furiously. This gigantic demon was terrifying. He used the dark gigantic demon's soul to temporarily resist the primal chaos ancient lamp's burning soul. Then he split a large amount of his soul's origin to attack Lin Feng's soul. The battle between souls was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Lin Feng naturally knew that the first to attack would be the stronger one. Just as the dark gigantic demon was about to attack him, Lin Feng had already used the secret technique, soul sword, to slash at the dark gigantic demon's soul. Buzz. Lin Feng's soul turned into a sword. It pierced through the void and slashed at the dark gigantic demon's soul's origin. This attack almost cut the dark gigantic demon's soul's origin in half. Ah! The dark gigantic demon let out a shrill cry. His soul's origin was severely injured. The gigantic dark demon roared furiously, "Soul secret technique. You even know soul secret technique? Little brat, your soul secret technique didn't kill my soul in the first place, so you'll die." Dark power, engulf and devour. The dark gigantic demon roared loudly. The energy surging out of the dark gigantic demon's soul's origin turned into tentacles that wrapped around Lin Feng's soul's soul sword. It was about to destroy Lin Feng's soul. Buzz. However, at this moment, the Chaos Ancient lamp flashed. Another soul sword flew out. This was a second soul sword. It was also a soul sword formed by a primordial spirit. Lin Feng had a master and a secondary primordial spirit. The secondary primordial spirit had no consciousness. It was completely formed by soul energy. However, other than the lack of consciousness, the soul energy it contained was on par with the primary primordial spirit. The second soul sword instantly attacked the dark gigantic demon's soul's origin. Poof! Another soul sword slashed down. No, how can this be? How can you have two primordial spirits? The dark troll roared unwillingly. It wanted to struggle. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's secondary primordial spirit slashed down and pierced the dark gigantic demon's soul. The dark gigantic demon's soul was torn apart. He died on the spot. His huge body collapsed. As the dark gigantic demon died, the surrounding black fog dispersed. Lin Feng's body regained its ability to move. Devour. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit and directly devoured the dark gigantic demon's soul's origin. After devouring the dark gigantic demon's soul, Lin Feng felt that his soul energy had improved greatly. It should be equivalent to the seventh sky of the yin-yang realm. This made him very happy. Hey, this is the dark demonic pill. Lin Feng scanned the dark gigantic demon's body with his godly awareness. He discovered a demonic pill inside the dark gigantic demon's body. The dark gigantic demon had condensed that demonic pill with its own strength. Lin Feng took out the demonic pill and refined it. A powerful energy poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's injuries quickly healed. As Lin Feng refined the demonic pill, a black fog emerged from Lin Feng's body. It seemed like his body had completely fused with the darkness. He was clearly sitting cross-legged, but it seemed like he had disappeared without a trace. This was a terrifying ability that the demonic pill had given Lin Feng. It was also one of the dark gigantic demon's abilities. It allowed Lin Feng to fuse with the darkness and perfectly conceal his qi. When he hid in the darkness, it was as if he had turned into a part of the darkness. Chapter 381. Lin Feng opened his eyes from his cultivation. He sensed the power he had gained after swallowing the darkness demonic core, and his face lit up with joy. Wu Ming of the Dragon Gate had an ancestral earth escape technique. It allowed him to escape into the ground. Not only could he hide in the depths of the earth, he could also travel through the earth. Who would be able to do this for an average person? Lu Wuqing, who had ambushed Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue, had hidden himself in a large tree when escaping from Sikong Jiayue. This secret technique was called Wood Escape Technique. It was very similar to Wu Ming's ancestral earth escape technique. The ability that Lin Feng had gained from the darkness demonic core was similar to the earth escape technique and the wood escape technique. The only difference was that Lin Feng had hidden himself in the darkness. The darkness demonic core wanted to devour me, but in the end, it was devoured by me. Haha, this feels great. After devouring the darkness demonic core, not only did my soul power increase, I also learned the darkness escape technique. This is too great. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't stop and quickly rushed outside. This forest was very dark and eerily quiet. It probably had something to do with the darkness demonic core. With the darkness demonic core hiding here, no beast dared to live in this place. Swoosh! Suddenly, Lin Feng heard some sounds. Someone had appeared in the forest. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a silhouette. Zhao Chong. It was actually this person, Yuan Yunfeng's guard, a martial king expert from the Soul Devourer Palace who had chased after him. The Soul Devourer Palace. Everyone had the right to kill them. The conflict between Lin Feng and the Soul Devourer Palace could be said to be irreconcilable. Seeing Zhao Chong, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Kill Zhao Chong and get rid of a great enemy who knew how many innocent people he could save by killing this demon. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, Lin Feng knew that Zhao Chong's strength was abnormally terrifying. How difficult would it be to kill him? Hide in the darkness, said Lin Feng in a low voice. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. This was the power of the darkness evasion technique. It allowed one to hide in the darkness. The dense forest was pitch black, making it the best place to execute the darkness secret technique. Lin Feng was hiding in the darkness. He looked like an assassin, completely hiding himself. At this moment, Zhao Chong was carefully walking towards the depths of the forest. Where did this brat run off to? Was he really eaten by a magical beast? Zhao Chong looked gloomy. His eyes were sharp as he observed the forest in front of him. Zhao Chong went deeper in while Lin Feng hid in the darkness and followed Xiao Fu. He hid himself deeply and did not reveal a trace of his aura. It was like a venomous snake staring at its prey in the dark. Otherwise, it would be a one-hit kill. Otherwise, they wouldn't attack at all. Lin Feng was very clear about this. If he couldn't kill an expert like Zhao Chong in one blow, he might be the one to be killed. Finally, Zhao Chong arrived at the depths of the forest. Zhao Chong saw the dark troll's body in the darkness and quickly ran over. His expression changed drastically. How is this possible? The dark troll is dead. Where is that brat? Zhao Chong was in disbelief. At this moment, a cold light descended from the sky and stabbed towards Zhao Chong. Lin Feng had appeared. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and stabbed towards Zhao Chong. This sword seemed to have come from the heavens. Zhao Chong was still in shock. When Lin Feng stabbed towards him, Zhao Chong had already reacted. However, he had no time to dodge Lin Feng's sword. Zhao Chong stretched out his hand towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng made the first move. It was another assassination in the dark. He was like the most experienced assassin who had found the most opportune moment. The sword pierced through. It was too late for Zhao Chong to change his move. Lin Feng's sword pierced through Zhao Chong's head. How can this be? Zhao Chong's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that he had died at the hands of a cultivator general just like that. He was a martial king after all. Killing martial generals and cultivators was as easy as flipping the palm of his hand. But now he had been killed. Whoosh! There was a sound in the distance. Someone had arrived. It's that old servant. Lin Feng took a deep breath, pulled out his sword, and disappeared again. The old servant was definitely much stronger than Zhao Chong. He was also much harder to deal with. The old servant quickly rushed over. When he saw Zhao Chong and the dark troll's bodies, his pupils shrank. The dark troll and Zhao Chong were both killed. Could it be that brat's doing? Oh no, this place is dangerous. I should leave quickly. The old servant was indeed a shrewd old man. Without thinking, he turned and rushed outside. This place was pitch black. The old servant knew that this place was very unfavorable for him. Lin Feng hid in the darkness and followed the old servant. Should I kill him or not? He frowned in the darkness. The old servant was too cautious. He was much more cautious than Zhao Chong. He was always paying attention to his surroundings. Moreover, the old servant was much stronger than Zhao Chong. The difficulty of assassinating him had increased exponentially. If he wanted to kill the old servant, he had to use his strongest attack. Whoosh! Lin Feng adjusted his breathing. He had to kill the old servant. Otherwise, when he returned, the news that he had killed Zhang Sun Wuji would spread. Let's go. The old servant arrived at the entrance of the abyss. He jumped up and was about to rush up. Now was the time. Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng jumped out of the void. All of his essence, qi, and spirit were gathered together. All of his essence, qi, and spirit were poured into the black dragon sword in his hand. This sword, Lin Feng poured all of his strength into it. The black dragon sword even shot out a 1-meter-long sword light. A sinister and bloodthirsty aura emanated from the black dragon sword. This was Lin Feng's strongest attack. Lin Feng had condensed all his strength into one sword attack. Fast, fast, fast. This sword was extremely fast. Lin Feng used the darkness evasion to avoid the old servant's detection. He instantly appeared beside the old servant and stabbed his sword towards the old servant's chest. Not good. Danger. The old servant was indeed a high-level martial king. At such a close distance, he was able to react to Lin Feng's peerless attack. His body moved half an inch to the right. Lin Feng's attack, which had been aimed at the old servant's chest, suddenly turned into a slash towards the old servant's arm. Pooh! Blood splattered as the old servant's arm was cut off by Lin Feng's sword. Chapter 382. Ah, you little B****starred. I'm going to kill you. The old servant roared angrily and attacked Lin Feng with his palm. Whoosh! Lin Feng spread his golden wings and dodged the old servant's attack. Now that the old servant had lost an arm, his combat strength was greatly reduced. It was the best time to kill him. Lin Feng hovered in the air. He put away the black dragon sword and formed a hand seal with both hands. All of a sudden, the power of lightning was formed. Sky Tyrant Thunder, kill! Lin Feng roared, and bolts of lightning energy shot toward the old servant. The old servant who was charging toward Lin Feng had no choice but to block Lin Feng's lightning attack. Originally, with his strength, he could easily break through Lin Feng's lightning attack. After all, the difference in strength between them was huge. However, now that the old servant had lost an arm, his strength was greatly reduced. It would not be easy to break through Lin Feng's attack. Boom! At the same time, Lin Feng activated the Archean Holy Emperor Qiongqi's clone. Lin Feng used the Archean Holy Emperor Qiongqi's clone to perform the Archean Qiongqi treasure technique. Roar! A low roar was heard. Then, the two-headed Qiongqi appeared, circled behind the old servant, and slapped him with its claws. The old servant was unable to react, and was sent flying by the two-headed Qiongqi's claw. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Die, old turtle! Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he charged toward the old servant. Now, the old servant was mad with hatred. With his strength, he was forced into such a state by a martial general cultivator. He wanted to tear Lin Feng to pieces. However, the old servant knew his own condition. After his arm was cut off, blood continued to flow. The old servant only felt dizzy. If this goes on, I'll be killed by this little b asterisk starred sooner or later. Where there's life, there's hope. I better leave now. The old servant gritted his teeth. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood light. He charged toward the abyss, as fast as lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A secret technique for escaping. Lin Feng slightly frowned and sighed. It was impossible to catch up to the old servant. However, to be able to assassinate a Martial King expert and severely injure another Martial King expert, his battle record was not bad. Lin Feng withdrew the primeval sage emperor's Qiongqi clone, and then he flashed out of the abyss and headed towards the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. As night fell, a bonfire rose in the forest. Snake soup was being cooked, and large pieces of wolf meat were being roasted over the bonfire. This was the flesh of the three-eyed magic wolf that had been killed, and it contained an astonishing amount of energy. The wolf meat had already been roasted to a golden color, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Around the forest, there were pairs of cold eyes staring at the young man and the barbecued meat in front of the bonfire. Those were the ferocious beasts hidden in the forest. However, when these ferocious beasts felt the aura of the young man, they did not dare to come forward. How delicious! The fire Qilin won't be able to eat anything like this. Lin Feng took a piece of wolf meat and began to chew on it. Oh, it smells so good. At this moment, a woman landed. She looked to be in her 20s. She was tall and slender, with a voluptuous chest and a small waist. She had a slightly charming but exquisite face that could take one's breath away. Coupled with her voluptuous body, she was definitely a stunningly beautiful woman. Little brother, I'm hungry too. Aren't you going to invite me to share with you? The woman's voice was so seductive that it made people's blood boil. Her voice was charming and seductive. Lin Feng thought that even though the woman was beautiful, she looked like a seductress. Maybe she was a bestial cultivator. In godly prefecture of the East, it was very rare to see bestial cultivators. Most of them were bestial cultivators or bestial cultivators. The ancestors of the bestial cultivators had evolved from ferocious beasts. They had practiced cultivation and taken human form. Their blood was extremely powerful, so they were separated from the bestial cultivators. Bestial cultivators and humans were very similar because bestial cultivators were born with the appearance of human babies. However, there were some differences. For example, bestial cultivators often had powerful inheritances. Some bestial cultivators even had the ability to retrace their ancestry. Retracing their ancestry meant that they could turn into their ancestors. If their ancestor was a dragon, then once their ancestral blood was activated, they could turn into a dragon. Once they retraced their ancestry, their battle prowess would increase tremendously. At the same time, bestial cultivators' physical bodies were much stronger than human cultivators of the same level. Some bestial cultivators were favored by the heavens and the earth. They were very suitable for cultivation. Lin Feng glanced at the charming bestial cultivator and smiled. If you don't mind, come and have a taste of my cooking. The bestial cultivator didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Feng. She walked over and sat beside him. She stretched out her slender, jade-like hand and grabbed a piece of roasted meat. She slowly ate it. Lin Feng was surprised to see that the bestial cultivator was eating very slowly. However, before he could finish a third of the roasted meat, the bestial cultivator had already finished the meat in her hand. It tastes pretty good. The bestial cultivator nodded in satisfaction. She then picked up a second piece of roasted meat and ate it. Soon, the second piece of roasted meat entered her stomach. Then, the third piece of roasted meat. The third piece of roasted meat entered her stomach. After finishing the roasted meat, The bestial cultivator also finished the snake soup. However, Lin Feng still hadn't finished his piece of roasted meat. Hungry, I'm still hungry. Hurry up and roast some more. The bestial cultivator said coquettishly. Damn, are you a foodie? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm begging you, I'm really hungry. Help me roast some more. At most, when I'm full, I'll let you. As the bestial cultivator spoke, she lowered her body slightly. Her huge breasts were immediately exposed to Lin Feng's eyes. They're really big. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Okay. The bestial cultivator's charming voice rang out. She trembled slightly, and her huge breast swayed. Lin Feng hurriedly retracted his gaze. The bestial cultivator looked coquettish, but she definitely wasn't a simple person. The three-eyed demon wolf meat contained a large amount of essence energy. Lin Feng ate just one piece and reached his limit. If he ate any more, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. However, the bestial cultivator not only quickly ate 3 pieces of meat, but also drank an entire pot of snake soup. The snake soup also contained a large amount of essence energy, but she seemed to be completely fine. This was enough to explain many things. Lin Feng was helpless. He could only continue roasting meat for the bestial cultivator. I'm still hungry, give me more. I'm not full, I want more. The bestial cultivator's sweet voice rang out continuously. More than half of the three-eyed demon wolf meat had been eaten by the bestial cultivator. After drinking 3 more pots of snake soup, the bestial cultivator patted her flat stomach in satisfaction. I'm about 60% full. That's about it. Eating too much is not good for the body, the bestial cultivator said. Hearing the bestial cultivator's words, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. Chapter 383. Isn't it time to do something meaningful now? Lin Feng glanced at the woman's plump breasts. She giggled and said, What do you want to do? Tell me. As she spoke, she stuck out her chest and licked her red lips seductively. However, when Lin Feng saw the seductive expression on her face, he felt a chill run down his spine. This woman wasn't as casual and flirtatious as she appeared to be. If he really wanted to take advantage of her, she might just slap him to death, said Lin Feng. Enjoying the moonlight with a beautiful woman like you should be very romantic and memorable, said Lin Feng. Is there a moon today? She looked at Lin Feng with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lin Feng looked up at the sky and realized that there was no moon. He said, It seems that the moon is too embarrassed to come out. It feels inferior in front of your beauty. You really know how to talk, said the bestial woman while glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was flattering her. Everybody loved beauty. She was a peerless beauty, of course. She needed people to admire her beauty. What's your name? She asked. My name is Lin Feng. What's your name? Seductive Fox Immortal. She said. What a special name. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. He then asked, Xian, did you enter the ancient battlefield of gods and demons by yourself? Humph, the seductive Fox Immortal snorted, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Feng calling her Xian, However, she didn't refute him. Instead, she said, Yes, I had nothing to do, so I came to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons to take a look. I heard that there's a godly spirit mountain here, and there's a godly spirit mountain buried there. I don't know if it's true or not, but I plan to go there and take a look. A godly spirit mountain? There's such a place where a godly spirit is buried. Lin Feng was startled. This place might be very astonishing, but the inheritance of a god was usually no small matter. If he could obtain it, it would be a great opportunity. Charming Immortal nodded and said, However, I've only heard about it and have never been there. I wonder if the rumors are true? Lin Feng said, This primordial battlefield of gods and devils is filled with danger. It's too dangerous for a beautiful woman like you to go alone. If I go with you, I can still protect. Seeing Hu Mei Xian's smile, that was not a smile, Lin Feng was too embarrassed to say the word protect you. Lin Feng did not know how strong Hu Mei Xian was, but he was sure that she was much stronger than Lin Feng. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed and said, "What I mean is that if we meet some blind cultivators who come to disturb you, I can help you deal with them. If we meet some fierce beasts, I can take care of them. You can rest on the side. Then let's go together. First, you have to catch up to me," Hu Mei Xian said with a smile. Then she soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn, she ate more than half of my three-eyed demon wolf. And now she wants to run away? It's not that easy. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He soared into the sky and chased after her. Just from the name, one could tell how extraordinary the Godly Spirit Mountain was. There might be a great opportunity there, so he naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Hu Mei Xian was very fast. She smiled and turned around, thinking that she had left Lin Feng in the dust. However, when she turned around, she saw Lin Feng silently following behind her. She almost touched Lin Feng's lips. "You..." Hu Mei Xian was shocked. First, she was shocked that Lin Feng could keep up with her. Second, she was shocked that Lin Feng had been following her without her noticing. "Xianair, you smell so good. Is this your body's fragrance?" Lin Feng's nose twitched as if he was enjoying himself. "Bastard," Hu Mei Xian slapped towards Lin Feng, as if she was angry because of Lin Feng's frivolity. However, Lin Feng quickly dodged. "Xianair, don't be angry. I just couldn't help myself." Lin Feng shrugged. Hu Mei Xian coldly snorted. If someone dared to take advantage of her like this, she would have slapped them to death. However, facing Lin Feng, who was full of secrets, Hu Mei Xian became interested. She said, "Look at the mountain over there." Lin Feng looked over and saw a 10,000-meter tall mountain in the distance. Hu Mei Xian stretched out her hand. Bang! The 10,000-meter tall mountain instantly collapsed. Lin Feng immediately broke out in cold sweat. "Damn, this is too abnormal." Hu Mei Xian looked at Lin Feng proudly and said, "If you dare to take advantage of me again, you'll end up like that mountain." Lin Feng said, "How would I dare to take advantage of you? I just admire you." Humph! Hu Mei Xian snorted and continued to fly deeper into the mountain. Lin Feng fiercely slapped Hu Mei Xian's hot body from behind and muttered to himself, "Little girl, don't be too proud. When this young master's strength increases in the future, I'll sooner or later push you under my body and conquer you." Of course, he didn't dare to say such a thing right now. If he dared to speak nonsense, he would definitely be beaten half to death by Hu Mei Xian. "Are we going to Godly Spirit Mountain now?" Lin Feng asked and chased after her, flying side by side with her. Hu Mei Xian nodded and said, "I don't know what happened in Godly Spirit Mountain. If you encounter any danger, I won't be able to help you. You'll have to rely on yourself." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, I've always been able to survive great calamities." Lin Feng and Hu Mei Xian flew towards Godly Spirit Mountain. Along the way, they conversed quite a bit, and he learned quite a bit about the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. 3 days later, they arrived at Godly Spirit Mountain. From a distance, they could see divine light surging and an ancient and boundless aura emanating from the mountain. Many cultivators were rushing over from all directions. So many people have come. Will the treasures of Godly Spirit Mountain be fated with us? Lin Feng muttered. Hu Mei Xian said, "Many major factions have heard of Godly Spirit Mountain, so it's normal for them to rush over. However, obtaining the treasures of Godly Spirit Mountain is easier said than done. Hu Mei Xian didn't seem to think much of it. The two of them landed on Godly Spirit Mountain, and there was a huge cave in its depths. Many cultivators were entering the cave, which was the passageway to the interior of Godly Spirit Mountain. After entering, the first thing they saw was a huge cave. Inside the cave, there were dozens of passageways, all of which led to the interior of Godly Spirit Mountain. Many cultivators were already entering. Swoosh! Hu Mei Xian soared into the sky and entered one of the passageways, quickly entering the interior of Godly Spirit Mountain. Lin Feng could tell that Hu Mei Xian wanted to separate from him, so he didn't chase after her. Instead, he chose another passageway and entered the interior of Godly Spirit Mountain. The passageways led in all directions, and there were intersecting forks everywhere. It was like a maze. After passing through one of the forks, Lin Feng saw a fiery red spirit fruit growing on a rock wall. A blaze fruit. That's what it is. Lin Feng was shocked. This was a precious medicine. The blaze fruit had a lifespan of 2,000 years. Now that it had matured, whether it was refined into a pill or consumed directly, it could greatly increase one's cultivation base. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the blaze fruit, but just as he was about to succeed, an arrow shot toward Lin Feng at lightning speed. It looked like it was about to pierce through Lin Feng's chest. Murdering others for their treasures was not uncommon in the world of cultivators. Clearly, someone was hiding in the dark, trying to kill Lin Feng and steal the blaze fruit. Chapter 384. The arrow was too sudden, but Lin Feng was fast enough to dodge it. The arrow brushed past Lin Feng's body and pierced through the rock wall in the distance with a clang. Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. That arrow had been really dangerous and had almost pierced through his body. Then Lin Feng's face darkened. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been killed. Lin Feng grabbed the inferno fruit and put it away. Then he coldly looked at the passage behind him and said, "Who is it? Come out." Whoosh! Two figures rushed out. They were two young cultivators, not much older than Lin Feng. The young cultivator in blue on the left was holding a crossbow. Obviously, he was the one who had launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. At that moment, he put away the arrow and sneered, "You're lucky to have dodged my arrow." The other person said coldly, "Kid, hand over the inferno fruit, and we'll spare your life. If you don't know how to appreciate kindness, only death awaits you." Lin Feng looked indifferent. He was already infuriated by these two people's arrogance. He even wanted to kill them. He smiled coldly and said, "Where did these two pieces of shit come from? Surprisingly, you dared offend me? You really don't know what's good for you. Kneel down and kowtow to me, then cripple your own arms. Today I'll spare your lives, but if you don't know how to appreciate kindness, then I'll send you to see the King of Hell." When the two heard that this kid dared to boast so shamelessly, their faces were filled with killing intent. "Kid, do you know who we are? How dare you talk to us like that?" The cultivator, who had shot Lin Feng, said with a gloomy face, "Who cares who you are?" Lin Feng sneered. The other person said coldly, "We're from the Wang Tian sect." "So what? Are you afraid? If you are, hurry up and kneel down and give us the precious medicine." When the two of them talked about the Wang Tian sect, their faces were full of pride. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the Wang Tian sect. It was one of the top sects in the divine land of the East County. It was an ancient force that even the 10 ancient cities feared. No wonder these two cultivators were so arrogant. It turned out that they were from the Wang Tian sect. But so what if they were from the Wang Tian sect? The region where Zhenwu country was located was not within the Wang Tian sect's sphere of influence. The Wang Tian sect could not control it. So you're from the Heaven Ascension sect. I never thought that there would be scum like you in the Heaven Ascension sect. Who wants to die first? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward, forcing his way towards the two. There really is someone who doesn't fear death. The two cultivators from the Wang Tian sect immediately had a murderous look on their faces. They wanted to intimidate Lin Feng and make him hand over the flaming fruit because they felt that Lin Feng was not simple. How could an ordinary person be able to dodge the attack of the magic arrow? Although they were quite disdainful of Lin Feng, it was only a psychological trick. Many people like to do this to make their opponents angry. Once they were angry, their auras would become unstable, and it would be difficult for them to display their true strength in battle. However, in their hearts, the two people from the Wang Tian sect still valued Lin Feng. Of course, although they valued him, they did not think that Lin Feng could defeat the two of them. The two of them had already sensed Lin Feng's cultivation. He was only at the 6th firmament of the martial general realm, while the two people from the Wang Tian sect had already cultivated to the 8th firmament of the martial general realm. The cultivator from the Wang Tian sect who had attacked Lin Feng was called Wu Fan. The other person was called Zhang Han. Wu Fan said, "I'll deal with this brat who doesn't know his place." Zhang Han nodded non-committally. He did not think that Wu Fan was arrogant. An 8th firmament martial general realm cultivator against a 6th firmament martial general realm cultivator. With a difference of 2 levels, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill his opponent? Therefore, in Zhang Han's opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. He understood Wu Fan's personality. Once he made a move, he would definitely not stop. He would definitely kill his opponent. It was precisely because he understood Wu Fan's personality that Zhang Han knew that Lin Feng would definitely die this time. There was no chance of luck. Wu Fan also stepped forward, the corners of his mouth curling up into a sinister smile. He walked step by step towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, a blood-red light appeared around Wu Fan's body. The blood-red light lingered on the surface of his body, looking incomparably demonic. "Brat, to be able to die under my blood-light fist, your death can be considered not unjust," said Wu Fan, while smiling coldly. He then jumped into the air and threw a punch at Lin Feng's direction. When he saw that Lin Feng was actually not moving, Zhang Han's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He thought to himself, this brat couldn't have been scared silly by Wu Fan, right? What a useless brat. Just as Wu Fan's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, at that moment, Lin Feng made a move. Dense lightning energy lingered around Lin Feng's hand. That lightning energy emitted an intense fluctuation and crackling sounds. Lin Feng stepped forward, shouted in a low voice, and threw a punch at Wu Fan. That dazzling lightning energy contained an astonishing power and wrapped around Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng activated the Tyrant Lightning Art and clenched his right hand into a fist. He threw a punch at Wu Fan. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. Lin Feng and Wu Fan fiercely collided. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Wu Fan's arm was directly broken. Ah! Wu Fan let out an extremely tragic and shrill cry. In the next moment, Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Wu Fan's chest. Kacha! Kacha! Wu Fan's chest caved in, and his entire body was sent flying. In midair, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood that he spat out was actually mixed with shattered internal organs. It seemed that Wu Fan would not be able to survive. With a plop, Wu Fan fell to the ground, motionless. He was already dead. You actually killed Wu Fan. You've caused a great disaster. When Zhang Han saw Wu Fan being killed, he thought of Wu Fan's identity, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Zhang Han. since he had already killed Wu Fan. Then the other person should also be killed to prevent future troubles. Lin Feng punched towards Zhang Han. Zhang Han's face was filled with shock. Lin Feng's body emitted force. He was suppressed by the force emitted from Lin Feng's body and couldn't do anything to resist. Only now did Zhang Han realize how strong the person he and Wu Fan had provoked was. Just as Lin Feng was about to kill Zhang Han, a terrifying aura was emitted from the cave. A figure quickly rushed out and slapped towards Lin Feng. With a loud bang, Lin Feng and the figure fiercely collided. Following that, Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an immemorial mountain. His entire body was sent flying. The blood in his body was boiling, and his face was extremely pale. He was shocked. The person who attacked was even stronger than the old servant. Chapter 385. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. There were 8 people in total. The cultivator, who had just attacked, was a middle-aged cultivator. He looked at Lin Feng gloomily, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Oh no, Wu Fan is dead. We can't explain this to the 7th elder." A woman said with an ugly expression, "It's all your fault. How dare you kill someone from the Wang Tian sect? You deserve to die." Another cultivator with a fierce face roared angrily, his eyes flashing with ferocity. The Wang Tian sect itself was a sect that was neither good nor evil. This sect was extremely ostentatious and cruel. In the past, a disciple of the Wang Tian sect had a conflict with a disciple of another sect and suffered a loss. The Wang Tian sect took action and killed more than 3,000 people from that sect, from the sect master to the cooks. This matter once caused a great uproar in the divine land of the East County. However, the sect master of the Wang Tian sect was too powerful, and he had also participated in the battle to destroy the Soul Devourer Palace. So this matter was left unsettled. As the saying goes, one can see a leopard through a tube. Often, one could tell the character of a person or the style of a sect from a small matter. The Wang Tian sect was obviously the kind of sect that acted ruthlessly and did not have any scruples. Lin Feng looked indifferent and said, "What? You're allowed to kill me? You don't allow me to kill people from the Wang Tian sect. What a ridiculous and stupid statement. Who can you blame for seeking death when you don't have the strength?" "Boy, since you also believe that the strong are respected, then we can only blame you for not being strong enough if we kill you." The middle-aged cultivator who had just attacked Lin Feng sneered and directly rushed toward Lin Feng. "I'm afraid you don't have the strength to kill me." Lin Feng sneered. Even though he was facing a group of strong cultivators, he was still calm in the face of danger. He used the Sky Tyrant Thunder art to condense dense lightning and blasted it toward the cave. Rumble. A large area of the cave collapsed. The collapsed rocks immediately blocked the passage. Lin Feng turned and ran away. Damn it! The middle-aged cultivator could not stop himself from swearing. He hastily blasted open a passageway with a palm strike and quickly pursued Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had disappeared. Lin Feng rushed towards the depths of the cave. The tunnels in the depths of the cave were crisscrossed and extended in all directions. Lin Feng walked through more than a dozen forks in the road before stopping. He felt that he should have shaken off those people from the Sky sect. Lin Feng was considering whether he should directly refine the fire fruit or use it to refine a pill. The fire pill was a profound rank pill, so he shouldn't be able to refine it for the time being. If he wanted to refine it into a fire pill, he would need to wait for some time. In the end, Lin Feng decided to keep this Raging Flame fruit to refine the Raging Flame pill in the future. Such a precious medicine was truly rare. Although eating it directly could increase one's cultivation, It was still too much of a waste. Boom! Not long after, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the cave. There were also a dozen or so cultivators in front of them. Everyone looked towards the depths of the cave in confusion, not knowing what had happened. "Piss off! Piss off! Don't block my way!" A roar could be heard, and a cultivator quickly ran out. When he saw that cultivator, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. It was the old devil in green robes. He was a strong cultivator at the yin-yang layer. What had scared him so much? Lin Feng quickly hid in a tunnel. The old man in green robes was so scared that he ran off into the distance. Soon after, a man in black robes with disheveled hair rushed out. "Kill, kill, kill!" The man's hoarse voice sounded like the roar of a midnight snack. "Who's there?" shouted the cultivators in front of him. The crazy man's body emitted a terrifying black chi. He should be an expert of the devil Dao. He grabbed a cultivator and bit the cultivator's neck. Ah! A mournful scream rang out as the cultivator died, a tragic death. "Kill him!" shouted the rest of the cultivators when they saw their companions die. They all charged at the crazy man. All sorts of attacks flew towards the crazy man. Some people also took out magic treasures to attack him. However, the crazy man stretched out his left hand and grabbed at the air. Crack, crack, all the magic treasures were destroyed. Slash, slash. There was a tearing sound as a bloody hole appeared in the chests of the cultivators. They didn't know what the crazy man had done, but they all died miserably on the spot. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. No wonder the old devil in green robes had run away in such a sorry state. The crazy man was too strong. Lin Feng quickly avoided the crazy man and ran towards another tunnel. 4 hours later, Lin Feng saw a figure in front of him. His back was facing him, and his hair was disheveled. Insane demon. When Lin Feng saw that silhouette, his facial expression changed drastically. Surprisingly, it was that terrifying cultivator. Without thinking, Lin Feng turned around and started running. That cultivator was terrifying. If he caught up with Lin Feng, he would die. "Kill, kill, kill," said the crazy man coldly. Then he chased after Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng was very fast, he was still much slower than the crazy man. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Damn, I'm really unlucky to have met such a murderous god. Lin Feng felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Crazy man chased after him, releasing a terrifying chi. Lin Feng's soul was shaking. He was unimaginably strong. Lin Feng didn't know if he had come from the outside of the battlefield of gods and demons, or if he had come from the battlefield of gods and demons. Because the battlefield of gods and demons opened once every 100 years, many people didn't manage to leave in time and got trapped there. If they were trapped there for a long time, they would go crazy. Lin Feng's expression became more and more unsightly. Crazy man was only a dozen meters away from him. Soon, he would catch up with him. "Little boy, you're going to die." At that moment, a dozen people appeared in front of him. It was the Wang Tian sex people. Lin Feng saw a fork in the road 7 or 8 meters away. He sped up and rushed in. Kwang Mo and the Wang Tian sex people bumped into each other. "Piss off. Don't get in our way," said the people from the Wang Tian sect aggressively. They didn't know how terrifying Crazy Man was. They just thought he was a crazy cultivator, so they didn't show any mercy. When Crazy Man didn't reply, a strong cultivator from the Wang Tian sect took out a flying sword and attacked Crazy Man. "Die, die, die." Mad Demon let out a sinister sound. He grabbed the flying sword and bit down. Crack! The extremely hard flying sword was bitten in half by Crazy Man's bite. This was too terrifying. The mad devil was a complete freak. Seeing this scene, no matter how arrogant the people of the Wangtian sect were, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran, but the mad devil's claw came down. Immediately, 5 or 6 Wangtian sect cultivators were clawed to death by Kuang Mo's claws. A few others ran away in a sorry state. Kuang Mo grabbed the body of the Wangtian sect cultivator, who attacked him with the flying sword and bit off his neck. He began to eat the cultivator's flesh and blood. Chapter 386. Crazy Demon was terrifying, but Lin Feng had finally gotten rid of him. He was really grateful that the Sky Sect had shown up. Otherwise, he would have died under Crazy Demon's claws. As he went deeper and deeper, he realized that there were fewer forks in the road. Many forks converged together and led deeper into the mountain. There's an ancient cavern in the depths of the mountain. It's said that there's a coffin there. It seems like a god is buried there. Lin Feng was astonished when he heard that. Whoosh! Lin Feng also flew deeper into the mountain. In the end, he arrived at the deepest part of Godly Spirit Mountain. It was a gigantic cavern that could accommodate thousands of people. When Lin Feng arrived, many strong cultivators had already gathered there. They were all looking into the depths of the cavern. The strongest cultivators were in the center of the cavern. Many other cultivators were scattered around. They were also waiting for opportunities. Opportunities in heaven and earth were mysterious things. Being strong didn't necessarily mean that the opportunity would belong to you. Most of the time, that wasn't the case. Treasures of heaven and earth belonged to those who were fated to obtain them. If you weren't strong enough, you could obtain them if you were fated to. The ancient strong cultivators who had left behind treasures and inheritances usually had a backup plan. They could safely send those who were fated to them away. This was the reason why every time an ancient cave mansion or ancient inheritance appeared, there would be so many people flocking to it, regardless of their strength. Many strong cultivators had gathered in that cavern. Lin Feng saw Genie Chen, Hu Mei Xian, Huashi Rua, Qin Mubai, and many other strong cultivators. There were also 5 or 6 strong cultivators of the younger generation. Their qi wasn't much weaker than Genie Chen and the others. They could compete with strong cultivators, but Lin Feng didn't know them. Of course, there were also strong cultivators from the Holy Lands and the ancient dynasties. They were the strongest cultivators there. Die, die, die. Mad Demon flew in from the outside with a low roar. It's that crazy demon. Hurry up and dodge, shouted many people when they saw Crazy Demon. They quickly dodged. Clearly, many people had seen this mad demon and knew how terrifying he was. When they saw him again, there was only fear and horror in their hearts. This time, Mad Devil didn't go on a killing spree. He stood in the cave and looked at the sarcophagus while letting out a sinister laugh. Many people felt their hair stand on end when they heard his sinister laughter. Fortunately, Mad Devil didn't attack them this time, making them feel a bit more at ease. This place is called Divine Spirit Mountain. Since it's called Divine Spirit Mountain, it should be the place where gods are buried. A stone coffin has appeared here. Is the god buried inside? Someone said as he looked at the sarcophagus with a burning gaze. Perhaps the inheritance of the god was buried in the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was very special. They didn't know what it was made of, but it was made of 81 stone nails. It was lying alone in the middle of the cave. Many strong cultivators were observing it. Lin Feng frowned. He had the feeling that the stone coffin wasn't simple. There were some vague marks on the coffin, but he could faintly see that there were some intricate and complex marks which were intertwined with each other. They covered the entire coffin and were connected with the 81 stone nails which sealed the coffin. If it's really a god, then it's unimaginable. It must contain some incredible secret. Someone said, "How inauspicious, how inauspicious." Lin Feng heard people whispering. He turned around and saw the Taoist priest. Lin Feng's heart shook. Was the Taoist priest really that strong, or was he just a fraud? Taoist priest, it must be fate. Lin Feng walked over. The Taoist priest was startled. When he saw Lin Feng, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Why is it you again? No matter where I go, I always run into you. Tell me honestly, are you following me? Do you have any ill intentions toward me?" Lin Feng was speechless. This Taoist priest actually dared to say something like that. "No matter where I go, you're the one who keeps appearing like a ghost. Now, you're actually trying to bite me?" Lin Feng didn't want to argue with the Taoist priest. He asked, "What did you mean by inauspicious?" The Taoist priest shook his head. "You must have misheard." After that, Taoist Wu Yang exited the cave. He stood at the entrance and looked inside the cave. It seemed that if he sensed anything amiss, he would immediately run away. At that moment, a strong cultivator finally spoke. It was a vice leader of an ancient sect. The Divine Heaven sect was an ancient sect that had existed for more than 100,000 years. It was extremely powerful. The vice leader of the Divine Heaven sect was called Shen Xianming, and his cultivation level was extremely high. "Everyone, why don't we work together to open the coffin?" Shen Xianming asked. He had already made his decision. "Let's open the coffin, then." Many strong cultivators nodded. A total of 15 people walked towards the coffin. They're all strong cultivators from ancient sections. The others aren't qualified to be on the same level as them. Someone said, "Not everyone had the right to walk out at this moment." The one who opened the coffin had the chance to be the first to obtain the treasures inside. Only the strong cultivators from ancient sects had the right to do so. Boom! They arrived in front of the coffin and released powerful qi. The 15 strong cultivators started removing the stone nails that sealed the coffin. Their auras were abnormally terrifying, especially the aura of the 15 experts. It filled the air, making many people feel suffocated. The weaker cultivators were almost forced to kneel on the ground by the pressure. How terrifying! They're all strong cultivators. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Of course, there were also some strong cultivators who didn't make a move, such as the geniuses of the younger generation or Mad Demon. There were also some who were deliberately hiding their strength. The stone nails were removed one by one. The coffin began to loosen. Many people looked at the scene in front of them nervously, waiting for the sarcophagus to open. 64 stone nails have been removed. The coffin will be opened soon. What's inside? Is there really an ancient god inside? Is the legacy of the ancient gods in there? Many people were discussing excitedly. "Look, what's that?" Someone suddenly shouted and pointed at the coffin. Everyone looked over. "What's that?" Lin Feng was shocked. He felt his scalp go numb. Scarlet blood flowed out of the coffin. The blood emitted a shocking amount of energy and godly power. It seemed to be the legendary blood of gods and demons. Heavens, why is there blood flowing out of the coffin? It's too strange. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Chapter 387. Everybody felt their hair stand on end, including the 15 important people who were trying to open the coffin. They had never seen something so monstrous and terrifying. The coffin hadn't been opened, but blood was already flowing out. That blood was so monstrous. Kik. The mad devil cackled. His laughter was so eerie and terrifying. This made many people even more horrified and emotionally moved. The stone coffin was frightening. It was likely that there were some things buried within that would cause anyone to be emotionally moved. How can such a monstrous technique disturb my heart? Everybody, even if there's a god buried in that coffin, he's been dead for so many years. What can he do to me? Said one of the important people coldly. That's the seventh elder of the Wang Tian sect, Wu Shirao. He's terrifyingly strong, said someone. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Surprisingly, they were from the Wang Tian sect. He hadn't seen any of the people who had fought with him in the cave. He wondered if Madman had killed all of them. Brother Wu is right. There are so many of us here. We should be fearless, said another person. We should be fearless, said another important person. Those important people had all been through a lot. They could deal with all kinds of difficult situations. They calmed themselves down and continued pulling out the stone nails. Hey, look, the blood disappeared. Someone pointed at the stone coffin and asked in surprise. The blood that flowed out of the coffin had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if everything that everyone had seen before was just an illusion. Many people frowned. Why had the blood disappeared for no reason? And it had disappeared in a very strange way. Nobody had noticed how the blood had disappeared. Wu Shirao smiled coldly. I told you a long time ago that it was a monstrous technique to disturb us. It's just as I said. The blood in the coffin is just an illusion. We're going to open the coffin. Wu Shirao was somewhat pleased with himself, and also seemed to be giving pointers. However, his ability was indeed very strong, and the other important figures all nodded in agreement. He. Mad Devil laughed again. Many people felt goosebumps rise on their skin. They quickly left the area where Mad Devil was standing. Lin Feng looked at Mad Devil. He noticed that Mad Devil was staring at Blackstone Valley. This made Lin Feng frown. Mad Devil's gaze was strange. However, Lin Feng couldn't tell what was wrong. Mad Demon seemed to sense something, and he looked at Lin Feng. When their eyes met, Lin Feng felt his body stiffen. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Mad Demon was too scary. Lin Feng quickly looked away and felt better. At this moment, everyone's eyes and attention were on the stone coffin because the stone nails were being pulled out one by one. Of the 81 stone nails, only 6 were left. Phew, these big shots could finally heave a sigh of relief. Because these stone nails were connected to the formation patterns on the stone coffin, it would take a lot of magic power to pull out one of the stone nails. To them, it was not an easy task, but now they were very excited. Soon, all the stone nails would be pulled out. We're finally going to open the coffin. I wonder if there's a divine orthodoxy inside. Many people stared at the stone coffin without blinking. This was an extremely crucial moment. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and muttered, if there really is a divine orthodoxy, then once it's opened, these big shots will probably fight to the death, right? This kind of thing happened too often in the world of cultivators. 1 second, they might be allies, and the next, they might become mortal enemies. In the end, it was all about benefits. This was the law of the world of cultivators. The strong preyed on the weak, and only the fittest survived. Only benefits mattered, not friendship. Crack! Another stone nail was pulled out. Now, only 5 stone nails were left. However, at this time, black smoke would occasionally leak out from the loosened stone coffin. Black smoke? What a strange stone coffin. Someone's voice trembled when they saw the black smoke. Wu Shirao's expression was indifferent as he said, another demonic technique to disturb us. The 15 big shots continued to pull out the remaining 5 stone nails. Finally, all 5 stone nails were pulled out. The big shots heaved a sigh of relief. Now, it was time to open the stone coffin. The big shots' eyes flickered. Obviously, they were already thinking of something else when they reached the final step. Even the most powerful heaven's prides were secretly accumulating their strength at this moment. Those geniuses are about to make a move. Lin Feng's heart shook slightly. Obviously, although these geniuses were young, they were extremely strong. They would not let go of this opportunity. Apart from them, there were also some powerful people who were hiding their strength. They were also getting restless. "Open the stone coffin," Wu Shirao said. The other big shots nodded. Then, the 15 big shots pushed the stone coffin together. Everyone was shocked. The coffin's lid was very heavy. Even with the 15 big shots working together, they could not move the lid. "Heavens, what's that made of?" "It's just a coffin lid, but it's already so heavy. It's hard to imagine how heavy the whole coffin is." Someone cried out in alarm. The 15 big shots shouted and used their godly power. Kacha, kacha. Finally, the lid of the stone coffin started to move slowly. A small crack appeared. "It's about to open." "Everyone, try harder," shouted Wu Shirao. His eyes flickered. He was waiting for an opportunity. As soon as the coffin opened, he would definitely be able to snatch it. But at that moment, something terrible happened. Suddenly, a powerful devouring power came out of that crack. That devouring power enveloped Wu Shirao, and his body was unable to control itself. It rapidly shrank and was sucked into the coffin. "Break!" shouted Wu Shirao. He was struggling, trying to break free from the coffin. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. "No, save me!" Wu Shirao screamed. Wu Shirao let out a frightened cry. His original arrogance was gone, and now there was only deep fear. He was crying for help, but it was too late for the others to save him. Swoosh! In the end, Wu Shirao was devoured by the coffin. Very quickly, Wu Shirao's horrible shriek came from the coffin. After that scream, there was no more movement from Black Stone Colonel. "Heavens, is Wu Shirao dead?" Many people cried out in horror. Boom, boom, boom. Something inside the coffin was trying to push it open. A terrifying chi spread out from the crack. "Quick, hurry up and seal the coffin," shouted the remaining 14 big shots. The coffin was too terrifying. Wu Shirao was a top big shot, but he had been devoured by the coffin in an instant. But it was too late. A terrifying devouring power spread out from the coffin and enveloped the 14 big shots. Their bodies shrank rapidly. They were about to be devoured by the coffin. "That's too scary." Are the 15 big shots going to be devoured by the coffin? Everyone's faces were extremely pale. The coffin was strange. They didn't know what was inside, but it was trying to devour the big shots. Chapter 388. Run! Many people screamed in horror as they turned around and frantically fled outside. The coffin was too terrifying. After devouring 15 people, would it devour anyone else? No one dared to stay there any longer. The aura emitted from the sarcophagus became more and more terrifying. Endless black fog surged out from the crack, and the entire cave was covered by the black fog. "No, I can't accept this." Those big shots screamed in horror. Their bodies shrank rapidly as they flew towards the crack, but they couldn't resist. Wu Shirao's tragic death had happened right in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they couldn't resist. They could only accept their fate of death. These important people are definitely going to die. 15 big shots died at once. That's too terrifying. It'll definitely cause a huge commotion in the 3,000 provinces of the continent of Tianwu. Many people were astonished. It had been too long since a single important person had died, and so many of them had died at once. Rumble. At this time, a loud sound shook the sky. Everyone's mind was shaken. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they were shocked. "Crazy Demon!" exclaimed Lin Feng. Crazy Demon had rushed over. He had heaven-defying strength and closed the lid of the coffin. Bang! 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 One after another, the important people fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Their faces were pale, and they rejoiced that they had managed to escape. Boom, boom, boom. However, inside the sarcophagus, there seemed to be an unknown and terrifying existence that was hitting the lid of the sarcophagus, wanting to kick it away. Crazy Demon was lying on the lid of the coffin, his hands grabbing the edge of the lid. He was trying his best to press down on the lid. Swish! Boundless, blood-red light spread out of the coffin. Hands! 2 hands! Shouted a cultivator in fear. He had almost been scared to death. When he saw that, Lin Feng felt like his head was about to explode. The sarcophagus instantly turned blood-red. 2 blood-red hands came out of the sarcophagus and grabbed Mad Devil's neck, wanting to choke him to death. Stone! Nail! Hurry! Mad Demon's hoarse voice rang out. The faces of the 14 major figures were pale as they came to their senses. Not daring to hesitate, they hurriedly picked up the stone spikes from the ground and once again hammered them into the coffin. Bang! 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 The sarcophagus shook even more violently, and a series of earth-shattering noises rang out. An unknown power was shaking the sarcophagus, wanting to open it. However, Mad Demon was strong enough. He used his body to suppress the sarcophagus. The 2 blood-red hands twisted Mad Demon's neck, but Mad Demon let out a sinister laugh. Mad Demon did not die, and his neck quickly returned to normal. This Mad Demon is so strong. It's like the immortal body of those undead creatures. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The strength of the Mad Demon reflected the terror of the sarcophagus. If I can revive one of the 9 Holy Emperor's clones, the immortal phoenix, I will also be immortal. Lin Feng thought to himself. However, this required luck. He wondered if there were still original souls of the undying phoenixes in the world. Crack! 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 The major figures hammered the stone spikes back into the sarcophagus. When 99 spikes were hammered in, the sarcophagus finally returned to normal. The 2 bloody hands that had reached out from the sarcophagus also disappeared without a trace. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. But at that moment, there was a loud rumbling sound, and then the entire cave collapsed. Everyone quickly fell down. What's this? An underground world? Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't thought that there would be an underground world under the cave. Mad Demon lay on top of the sarcophagus, and the sarcophagus quickly flew into the depths of the underground world. Swoosh! 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 One figure after another descended. There were huge walls all around, and there were crisscrossing tunnels. It was like a maze. Lin Feng quickly flew into the depths. Lin Feng saw a dozen cultivators in front of him. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from the walls on both sides. Then, a black fog enveloped the dozen cultivators. Ah! There were screams. After that, the cultivators disappeared without a trace. They weren't far from Lin Feng, only about 20 meters away, but they had mysteriously disappeared. Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. Those people had probably met with misfortune, but he didn't know what had swallowed them up. Swoosh! Lin Feng didn't dare to stay here. He quickly flew into the distance. However, what made Lin Feng's hair stand on end was that he found himself trapped. The path behind him had disappeared, and he was trapped between 4 walls. Lin Feng soared into the sky, wanting to fly out. But just as he was in the air, poof! A terrifying force pierced Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng's body fell down. With a thump, he fell to the ground. There's a restriction on flying. There's a terrifying restriction. I'm trapped here. Lin Feng's face was pale. He endured the pain and quickly took a healing pill to stabilize his injuries. Lin Feng stood up from the ground and looked at the walls with a serious expression. There were drawings of demons on the walls. Some of the drawings were of demons hunting, while others were of demons waging war with other races. Every drawing was related to demons. Suddenly, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. He saw a new drawing that seemed to have been added not long ago. There were more than 10 cultivators nailed to a rock wall. It's them. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. These were the people who had just disappeared. Now, they appeared in the wall murals. They had died extremely miserably. At this time, blood flowed out from the wall. What swallowed you? Nailed you to the wall? Lin Feng muttered. There was only shock and emotion on his face. Swoosh! Suddenly, a golden light emitted from the body of one of the dead cultivators on the wall. Then, the golden light rushed out of the murals. Lin Feng was shocked. He grabbed the golden light and saw what was inside. It was a saraira. The saraira of a Buddhist monk. Lin Feng put the saraira in the pouch at his waist. He frowned. He was trapped here by the demon wall and couldn't escape. Am I going to be trapped here and die like those cultivators? Am I going to become a mural on the demon wall? Lin Feng muttered. He was very unwilling. He didn't want to die here. A cold and gloomy aura spread out from the demon wall. Endless darkness enveloped Lin Feng, just like how it had swallowed the cultivators from before. Lin Feng's face became very ugly. He quickly stood up and looked around with a serious expression. Chapter 389. The situation was dire. Lin Feng clearly remembered how those people died. It was exactly the same as what he was experiencing now. Lin Feng looked around solemnly. He needed to be calm enough. The demonic wall was going to devour him this time. If he could not resist it, only death would await him. Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng growled and summoned his natal magic treasure. The Chaos Ancient Lamp floated above Lin Feng. Rays of light of chaos rained down on Lin Feng, protecting him. Clang! Suddenly, an unknown power attacked the light of primal chaos, trying to break through it. What's that? Lin Feng growled and looked around solemnly. However, he could not see anything except for the black fog that surrounded him. Clang! Clang! However, that invisible power was still attacking the primal chaos aura. Lin Feng's eyes were gloomy. There was a terrifying and strange existence hiding in the dark. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, there was the sound of chains colliding. This made Lin Feng's expression change. It was as if something was standing not far away, but he could not see it. Crunch, crunch. Then there was the sound of chewing. It was as if there was a terrifying existence hidden in the black fog, chewing on corpses. Clang, clang. Moreover, the unknown force was still attacking the chaos aura released by Lin Feng's Chaos Ancient Lamp. The defense system constructed by the chaos aura was disintegrating bit by bit. It would not take long for the defense system constructed by the chaos aura to be broken. However, Lin Feng still could not find a way to break the demonic wall. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of chains colliding rang in his ears. It was as if the Soul Reaper from the Netherworld had arrived. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The sound of chewing on corpses made Lin Feng shiver. Crack, crack. A quarter of an hour later, the defense of the primal chaos ancient lamp was shattered. Endless cold and gloomy aura swept over and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body stiffened. Archean dragonesque elephant technique. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to die here like the other cultivators. He started to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art, hoping to resolve the unfavorable situation before him. His body felt much better. However, a bone-chilling aura suddenly enveloped him from behind. It was as if an extremely terrifying existence had appeared behind him. Lin Feng wanted to turn around to see what it was, but he failed. His body could not move at all, as if he had been fixed in place. That sinister aura was about to devour Lin Feng. Suddenly, the demonic orb in Lin Feng's dantian emitted a shocking wave, instantly dispelling the suffocating cold aura around him. Bang! Then the 4 demonic walls collapsed, and Lin Feng appeared in the maze. "I'm out." He took a deep breath. It was too dangerous just now. At the crucial moment, the demonic orb played an important role in destroying the demonic walls. At this time, the demonic orb's wave had not dissipated. Dark, underworld, demonic book. Suddenly, a thought came from the demonic orb. When the demonic orb devoured the fire Qilin's divine power, Lin Feng knew that the demonic orb seemed to have an unusually powerful artifact spirit. Perhaps it was because of the existence of this artifact spirit that he could not truly control the demonic orb. Now, the demonic orb sent out a thought again. Obviously, the demonic orb's revival was not to save Lin Feng. The revival of the demonic orb seemed to be due to the presence of the dark underworld demonic book. Dark underworld demonic book. What's that? Lin Feng was puzzled. He had never heard of this so-called dark underworld demonic orb. If the fire Qilin was by his side, he could ask it, but it was not by his side now. The demonic orb's aura was vaguely pointing to a deeper place. Something that can make the demonic orb react must be extraordinary. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He quickly moved deeper into the maze. Perhaps the dark underworld demonic book was hidden there. Finally, Lin Feng walked out of the maze. In front of him, there were many palaces. One after another, cultivators rushed out of the maze and looked into the depths of the maze in shock. In the depths of the maze, there were many palaces. They were hundreds of meters tall and majestic. Who built this? Was it built to bury gods? Someone murmured, full of shock. This was really a big deal. This place could be called an underground tomb, but it was very grand. Let's go inside and take a look. Many people gathered together. There were about 200 of them, and they rushed into one of the palaces. Lin Feng saw the Taoist master Wu Liang. He had come down as well. They pushed open the doors of the palaces and entered. There was a rotten qi coming out of the palaces. It had been a long time since anyone had come here. The place was emitting a gloomy and terrifying qi, which made people feel uncomfortable. Look, someone said. There were statues in the depths of the palace. Above the statues, there was a screen of light. On the light screen, cultivators appeared one after another. They were performing different moves. It's the inheritance of ancient techniques. There are imprints on them. The ancient techniques must be hidden in the statues. Many people cried out in alarm and quickly rushed forward. They wanted to break through the statues and obtain the ancient techniques hidden inside. But at that moment, cold eyes looked down at the cultivators from the top of the palace. Then silhouettes rushed down. They were shrouded in black fog. They wore black robes, and only their green eyes and sharp claws could be seen. Slash, slash. One by one, the cultivators' chests were pierced through by the creatures that pounced on them. Miserable shrieks sounded one after another. In an instant, more than 10 people were killed. What the hell is that? Many people cried out in alarm. Some people took out treasures to attack, or they would use secret techniques to attack the intentional existences shrouded in the black fog. However, a hair-raising scene occurred. Regardless of whether it was magic treasures or secret techniques, they were unable to cause any damage to those strange existences. Slash, slash. Instead, cultivators were killed one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people were killed. The evil creatures, shrouded in black fog, quickly rushed towards the crowd. Everyone hurriedly attacked them, but no matter what kind of attack they used, they couldn't hurt them. Retreat. Those are evil spirits. They're formed by the evil thoughts of the strong cultivators who died. They can't be killed. An old man shouted in a deep voice. Everyone tried to escape, but the evil spirits were already rushing towards them. Cultivators were constantly being killed by the evil spirits. The evil spirits couldn't resist at all. Even the old man who had warned the crowd had his heart pierced by the evil spirits' sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, half of the hundreds of cultivators died. The remaining cultivators were scared out of their wits. He, said a sinister voice, said an evil voice. An evil spirit had locked onto Lin Feng, and its sharp claws were moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked surprised. He released his celestial fire, hoping to use it to destroy the evil spirit. But what surprised him was that the evil spirit's body was surrounded by black talismans. Those black talismans were surprisingly able to block the celestial fire. Those evil spirits had probably been incredible cultivators when they were alive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so strong after they died. The evil spirit's sharp claws moved towards Lin Feng. It wanted to pierce Lin Feng's chest.